Good evening. Tonight, you are about to take one of the most extraordinary journeys imaginable. Not across an ocean, not through a distant galaxy, but into a universe that has been with you every moment of your life. Your own body. As you settle into a comfortable position, allow your shoulders to relax. Let your jaw soften. Feel your breathing become slow, easy, and effortless. There is nothing you need to accomplish tonight. No problems to solve. No decisions to make. Only this gentle journey. Imagine that, with every quiet breath, you become a little smaller. The room around you begins to grow. Your bed feels as large as a peaceful landscape. The fabric beneath you stretches like rolling hills. Soon, you are no taller than a tiny leaf. Then, no larger than a grain of rice. You continue shrinking until even a single fingerprint appears like an enormous valley. The familiar lines on your skin become winding paths, tiny openings, invisible only moments ago, now look like peaceful cave entrances. The human body is often described as a machine, but tonight, it feels much more like an entire living world. A world filled with rivers, forests, highways, factories, messengers, builders, guardians, and countless travelers, each working together, every second, without noise, without argument, without ever stopping. Inside your body live around 30 trillion human cells, each one incredibly small, yet astonishingly busy. Every cell has its own purpose, its own tiny responsibilities. Some carry oxygen, some create energy, some build new tissue, others quietly repair tiny bits of damage that happen throughout the day. Most of this work happens without you ever noticing. While you enjoy a meal, your stomach begins its careful work. While you walk outside, your muscles coordinate thousands of movements. While you read a book, billions of neurons exchange electrical messages at incredible speed. And while you sleep, entire teams of microscopic workers continue their peaceful routines. Tonight, you will meet some of these remarkable companions. You will float beside red blood cells, travel through great rivers of flowing blood, visit the chambers of the heart, glide through soft clouds inside the lungs, explore the winding passages of the digestive system, walk quietly through strong bones, and eventually reach the most mysterious place of all, the sleeping brain. As we travel, there is no need to remember every detail. There will be no questions, no tests, only calm observations. Imagine yourself as a peaceful explorer, drifting wherever gentle currents carry you. The deeper you relax, the slower our journey becomes. Notice your breathing. Air quietly enters and quietly leaves. Your heart continues its faithful rhythm, never rushing, never demanding attention, only serving you, beat after beat, moment after moment. Since before you were born, long before you ever spoke your first word, your body has known exactly what to do. It has quietly cared for you every single day. Even now, as you become sleepier, billions upon billions of tiny living processes continue in perfect harmony. It is easy to forget just how extraordinary this is. Tonight, we will simply watch, with quiet curiosity, with gentle wonder, and with complete peace. Take one slow breath in, and let it drift gently out. Feel your eyelids becoming heavier, your thoughts becoming softer, your body becoming warmer. The journey is only beginning. Ahead of us lies an entire living universe, waiting patiently to welcome us inside. Take another slow, comfortable breath and allow yourself to drift a little deeper into relaxation. As our tiny adventure continues, you find yourself standing upon an enormous landscape, soft, warm, and gently illuminated by golden evening light. This is your skin. From this tiny point of view, it stretches toward every horizon, like a peaceful desert shaped by gentle winds, rolling hills, delicate valleys, and graceful ridges spread out before you. What once seemed perfectly smooth now reveals countless beautiful details. Tiny lines weave across the surface like ancient pathways. Small openings appear here and there, each one quietly serving a purpose. Nothing is random. Everything belongs. Your skin is much more than a covering. It is the largest organ of the human body, an extraordinary shield, protecting everything beneath it, day after day, night after night, without asking for recognition. An adult's skin covers nearly 2 square meters. If it could be laid flat, it would stretch across the floor like a comfortable blanket. Yet despite covering so much space, it is surprisingly thin. In many places, only a few millimeters thick. Still, within that thin layer lies an astonishing world. Imagine walking across a peaceful plain. Beneath your feet are millions of tiny skin cells, each one living a quiet life, working together with its neighbors, building, repairing, protecting. These cells are constantly changing. Every day, new cells are born deep below the surface, slowly making their way upward, like travelers climbing a gentle mountain. After several weeks, they finally reach the top, where they quietly complete their journey, making room for the next generation. You rarely notice this endless cycle, yet it has continued for your entire life. Even now, as you relax, millions of fresh skin cells are slowly rising, while older ones drift away, carried gently by the air around you. The outermost layer of your skin is made mostly of cells that are no longer alive. At first, that might sound unusual, but these tiny layers form an incredible protective wall, like carefully stacked stones surrounding a peaceful village. They keep harmful germs outside, help hold precious moisture inside, and protect your body from the changing world. Without this quiet barrier, even the smallest scratch could become dangerous. Far below, tiny living cells continue their patient work, creating strong proteins called keratin, the same remarkable material that helps form your hair and nails. Little by little, layer upon layer, your body quietly rebuilds itself. Every hour, every day, without needing your attention. As you continue walking, you notice countless tiny openings scattered across the landscape. These are pores, small doorways leading deeper into the skin. Some are connected to delicate hairs, others to tiny sweat glands, each one carefully designed, each one performing its own peaceful task. Around you, millions of invisible companions also live upon the skin. Tiny bacteria, friendly fungi, and microscopic organisms too small to see without powerful microscopes. There may be billions of them, yet most are completely harmless. Many are even helpful. Together, they form a gentle community known as the skin microbiome. These tiny neighbors help defend against unwanted visitors, sharing the space peacefully, like quiet villages spread across a vast countryside. The body is never truly alone. It is home to entire ecosystems, living together in remarkable balance. Feel the warmth beneath your feet, the gentle movement of air above. Everything here is calm. Everything here has its purpose. Far below this peaceful surface, great rivers of blood quietly flow. Powerful muscles patiently wait, and countless hidden worlds are ready to be explored. Soon, we will travel deeper, leaving the quiet landscape of the skin behind and discovering the tiny forests that lie just beneath the surface. But for now, simply rest, breathe slowly, and enjoy the comforting knowledge that this remarkable shield has been protecting you every second of your life, without ever asking for thanks. Now, as you continue to relax, the peaceful landscape of the skin begins to change. The gentle hills around you slowly become transparent, almost like morning mist lifting from a quiet valley. You gently drift downward, passing through the outer protective layers, into a hidden world where new life is constantly beginning. Everything here feels calm, warm, and softly illuminated. There is no rushing, no noise, only millions of tiny workers carrying out their quiet routines. Welcome to the living city of skin cells. From this tiny perspective, each cell seems enormous, round, soft, and beautifully organized. Some resemble smooth stones resting in a gentle stream. Others fit together like pieces of a carefully crafted mosaic. There are no empty spaces. Every cell supports the ones beside it, creating a strong and flexible surface that protects the entire body. You watch as one young cell slowly awakens, deep within the lowest layer of the skin. This is where the journey of every new skin cell begins. Scientists call this region the basal layer. It is the birthplace of millions of fresh cells. Every single day, here, special stem cells quietly divide, creating new skin cells that will gradually travel toward the surface. The process is slow, patient, and wonderfully steady. A single skin cell may spend nearly a month completing its journey. There is no hurry. Nature has perfected this rhythm over millions of years. As you float beside these newborn cells, you notice something remarkable. Inside each one, a tiny control center quietly guides every activity. This is the nucleus. It holds the complete genetic instructions for building and maintaining the cell. Like an ancient library, it carefully protects the information needed for life. Surrounding the nucleus, countless microscopic structures work together. Tiny energy stations create fuel. Small transport systems move materials from one place to another. Gentle recycling centers break down worn-out parts. Everything happens with quiet efficiency. Nothing is wasted. Every task has its place. Every movement has its purpose. The more closely you observe, the more peaceful everything becomes. No cell competes with another. No cell tries to become more important. Each simply performs its own small responsibility. Together, they create something far greater than any single cell could accomplish alone. Nearby, you notice another remarkable resident, a melanocyte. This special cell produces melanin, the natural pigment that gives skin its beautiful variety of colors. Melanin also serves another quiet purpose. It helps protect delicate cells from the powerful energy carried by sunlight. Like tiny umbrellas, these pigments gently absorb harmful ultraviolet rays, helping keep the deeper layers safe. The body is full of invisible acts of protection. Most happen without us ever noticing. As your peaceful journey continues, you meet another fascinating helper, a Langerhans cell. Its delicate branches stretch outward like the limbs of a quiet tree, always watching, always alert. These gentle guardians help the immune system recognize unwanted visitors. Most days, their work goes completely unnoticed, and that is exactly how they prefer it. A peaceful day is a successful day. Farther along, you discover Merkel cells, tiny specialists responsible for one of life's simplest pleasures, the feeling of gentle touch, a soft blanket, a warm hand, a cool breeze. These quiet sensors help your brain understand every delicate sensation. Even now, as your body rests, they remain ready, patiently waiting. The deeper you travel, the more you realize that every tiny part of the body depends upon countless others. No cell lives entirely alone. Nutrients arrive through nearby blood vessels. Oxygen is delivered with perfect timing. Waste materials are quietly carried away. Every neighborhood supports the next, like peaceful villages connected by gentle roads. You pause for a moment, watching millions of skin cells working together. None of them knows your name. None expects gratitude. Yet together, they have protected you through every season of your life, every childhood adventure, every warm summer afternoon, every cold winter morning, every gentle embrace, every quiet night's sleep. They have always been here, quietly rebuilding, quietly protecting, quietly caring. Take another slow breath. Feel your own skin resting comfortably against the bed, warm, safe, and wonderfully alive. Soon, our journey will continue toward another hidden world, where tiny hairs, gentle sweat glands, and natural cooling systems work together in perfect harmony. Until then, simply drift and let the quiet rhythm of these millions of tiny companions carry you deeper into peaceful sleep. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Feel your body becoming a little heavier, your thoughts drifting a little farther away. As you continue your quiet journey beneath the surface of the skin, the landscape begins to change once again. The smooth fields of skin cells give way to a forest. Not a forest of towering trees, but one of slender hair follicles. From your tiny point of view, each hair rises high into the distance, like the trunk of a graceful tree reaching toward the sky. They stand quietly, swaying ever so slightly with the movement of the air above. There are more of these gentle forests than most people realize. The human body is home to around 5 million hair follicles. Nearly every part of your skin contains them. Only a few places, like the palms of your hands and the soles of your feet, remain naturally smooth. Every hair begins its life deep below the surface, hidden safely inside a tiny pocket called a follicle. Here, special cells slowly divide, creating new strands one microscopic layer at a time. There is no rush. A single hair may grow for years before it pauses to rest. Eventually, it gently falls away, making room for another. It is another quiet cycle, repeated thousands of times throughout your life. As you drift closer, you notice a small cluster of cells at the very base of one follicle. This is the hair bulb, the birthplace of every strand. Tiny blood vessels gather nearby, delivering oxygen, nutrients, and everything needed for steady growth. Without these peaceful deliveries, the hair could never grow. Everything inside the body depends upon quiet cooperation. No structure works entirely alone. Wrapped around each follicle, you discover an even smaller companion, a delicate muscle known as the erector pili. It is one of the smallest muscles in your body, yet you have felt its work many times. When you become cold, or hear beautiful music, or feel a sudden emotion, these tiny muscles gently contract, pulling each hair upright, creating what we call goosebumps. Long ago, when our distant ancestors had much thicker body hair, this simple movement helped trap warm air close to the skin. Today, it remains as a gentle reminder of our long evolutionary journey. Even the smallest details of the body carry ancient stories. Nearby, you notice narrow, winding tubes disappearing deeper into the skin. These are sweat glands, tiny, elegant structures that quietly help protect you every single day. Each gland resembles a carefully coiled spring, hidden safely beneath the surface. Inside, special cells produce tiny droplets of sweat, mostly water, along with small amounts of salt and other natural minerals. At first, sweat may seem unremarkable, but it performs one of the body's most elegant balancing acts. Whenever your body becomes too warm, whether from exercise, a sunny afternoon, or even a vivid dream, these glands awaken, sending tiny droplets upward through narrow channels, until they reach the surface of the skin. As the moisture slowly evaporates, it carries heat away with it, cooling your body naturally, quietly, and remarkably efficiently. It is one of nature's simplest masterpieces. Tonight, as you rest peacefully, most of these glands remain calm, only gently maintaining your body's perfect temperature. Without asking for your attention, as you continue exploring, you notice tiny shimmering droplets resting along the surface. Each one reflects the soft golden light like a miniature crystal. Everything feels calm. Everything feels balanced. Scattered among the follicles, you also discover sebaceous glands, small factories producing a natural oil called sebum, though the name sounds unusual. Its purpose is beautifully simple. Sebum keeps your skin soft, helps prevent it from drying out, and gives your hair a gentle protective coating. Without it, your skin would become dry and fragile. Sometimes, these tiny glands become blocked, creating the familiar blemishes that many people experience. But tonight, everything is peaceful. Everything works exactly as intended. You pause beside one healthy follicle, watching hair, oil, skin, blood vessels, nerves, and tiny muscles all working together. Each part depends on the others. Like musicians in a quiet orchestra, no single instrument carries the entire melody. Yet together, they create perfect harmony. Far above, the cool evening air gently touches the surface of the skin. Far below, millions of tiny living structures continue their silent work, protecting you, cooling you, healing you, every second, even while you sleep. Take one more slow breath. Feel the cool air entering your lungs, and the warmth of your body resting safely beneath the covers. Soon, our peaceful journey will leave the forests of hair behind and descend into an intricate network of tiny rivers, where countless blood vessels carry life to every corner of your remarkable inner world. Until then, simply drift, relax, and let the quiet guardians of your skin watch over you. Take a slow, comfortable breath and allow yourself to drift even deeper into rest. The quiet forest of hair follicles slowly fades behind you. Ahead, the landscape opens into something even more extraordinary. At first, it looks like the roots of an ancient tree, thousands upon thousands of delicate branches, twisting gently in every direction. But as you move closer, you realize these are not roots at all. They are blood vessels, the smallest roads in your body. Together, they form an intricate network that reaches almost every living cell. If every blood vessel inside your body could be stretched into one long line, it would reach for nearly 100,000 kilometers, enough to circle the Earth more than twice. Yet here, everything feels peaceful, quiet, and beautifully organized. You begin to float toward one of the tiniest vessels, a capillary. From the outside, its wall appears impossibly thin, just a single layer of delicate cells, so thin that oxygen and nutrients can gently pass through it, almost as if the wall were made of soft morning mist. You drift beside it, watching the gentle flow within. The current is slow here, nothing like the rushing rivers we often imagine. Instead, it feels like a calm stream winding through a quiet forest. Small, steady, never in a hurry. The capillaries are where the real exchange of life happens. Every second, tiny oxygen molecules leave the blood, passing through the delicate wall, entering nearby cells. At the very same moment, carbon dioxide begins the return journey, leaving the cells behind, ready to travel back toward the lungs. Everything happens silently, without traffic lights, without instructions. Each molecule simply follows the gentle laws of nature. Nearby, tiny droplets of water, natural sugars, minerals, hormones, and vitamins also cross these invisible borders, delivering exactly what each cell needs. It feels less like transportation and more like a quiet conversation, a constant sharing between the bloodstream and the tissues around it. You notice that every capillary is surrounded by thousands of busy neighbors. Skin cells, immune cells, nerve endings, hair follicles, all patiently waiting for their next delivery. No one pushes ahead. No one is forgotten. The circulation is remarkably fair. Every living cell receives its turn. As you continue floating, you see a single red blood cell approaching. It moves slowly, almost gracefully. The capillary is so narrow that the cell gently folds itself, changing shape without effort, like a soft pillow slipping through a narrow doorway. This flexibility is one of its greatest strengths. Without it, the smallest vessels would become impossible to travel. The cell quietly passes, leaving behind fresh oxygen, then continues onward, its journey far from over. Farther along, you notice another tiny vessel joining the stream, then another. Soon, many capillaries merge together, forming slightly larger pathways called venules. These gentle channels slowly gather the returning blood, beginning its peaceful journey back toward the heart. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is left behind. The entire system flows in a continuous circle, a rhythm that has never stopped. Not while you worked, not while you laughed, not while you dreamed, and not even now, as you slowly drift toward sleep. For every heartbeat, thousands of these tiny exchanges quietly take place, far too many for us to ever notice. Yet without them, life could not continue for even a few moments. You pause, watching the endless movement around you. No noise, no confusion, only gentle purpose. It is astonishing to think that this hidden world has been active since before you were born. Every tiny vessel, every careful exchange, every peaceful current, working together without rest. As your breathing becomes slower, you begin following one graceful stream. It grows a little wider with every passing moment. The current becomes slightly stronger, carrying more travelers toward a much larger river. Soon, you will step into that flowing world, where millions of remarkable red blood cells travel together, each carrying one of life's most precious gifts, oxygen. But for now, simply float beside these quiet capillaries. Listen to the silent rhythm of circulation and allow the gentle rivers inside you to carry your mind a little deeper into peaceful sleep. Take another slow, gentle breath. Feel your body becoming heavier, your thoughts softer, as you continue drifting through the peaceful landscape beneath your skin. The tiny capillaries behind you begin to join together, like small woodland streams flowing into a gentle river. The current grows a little stronger, a little wider, and before long, you arrive at the edge of an extraordinary sight, a living river flowing quietly through your body. This is the bloodstream. From your tiny perspective, it stretches endlessly in both directions. Its surface glows with deep shades of crimson and ruby. Soft light dances across the flowing current. Everything moves with calm purpose, never rushing, never stopping. You gently step into the stream. Instantly, the current carries you forward, not with force, but with the effortless motion of floating down a peaceful river at sunset. All around you, millions of tiny travelers drift alongside. The most common among them are the red blood cells. From a distance, they resemble smooth floating discs, each with a gentle dip in the center, almost like tiny cushions gliding through the water. There are so many of them that they seem to fill the river from side to side. An average adult carries around 25 trillion red blood cells. If you tried to count just one every second, it would take hundreds of thousands of years to finish. Yet your body creates millions of new ones every single second, quietly replacing those that have completed their journey. Each red blood cell has a simple mission: carry oxygen, deliver it wherever it is needed, then return for more. It asks for nothing in return. It simply continues. Day after day, night after night, you drift beside one friendly traveler. Its surface is soft and flexible. Unlike many other cells, it has no nucleus. Long ago, as it matured, it gave up its control center, making more room for an extraordinary protein called hemoglobin. Hemoglobin is what gives blood its beautiful red color. More importantly, it is an expert at holding oxygen. When blood passes through the lungs, hemoglobin gently gathers oxygen molecules, almost like a careful traveler collecting precious lanterns before beginning a long journey. As the blood reaches different parts of the body, those oxygen molecules are quietly released, providing energy to muscles, the brain, the heart, and every other living tissue. You imagine each oxygen molecule as a tiny golden light, leaving the red blood cell, floating gently toward nearby cells, bringing fresh energy wherever it goes. It is a silent gift, repeated billions of times every minute. The current carries you onward. Around every bend, more rivers join together. Some blood vessels grow wider. Others branch into smaller pathways. The network seems endless. Yet every route has been carefully designed. Nothing here is accidental. You notice that the blood itself is not simply red cells. Far from it. The river is made mostly of a clear golden liquid called plasma. Nearly 90% of plasma is water, but it also carries nutrients, hormones, proteins, minerals, waste products, and countless important messages traveling from one part of the body to another. If the red blood cells are the boats, plasma is the peaceful river carrying them all. Together, they form one of nature's greatest transportation systems. As you continue floating, you begin to notice that the journey itself has its own gentle rhythm. With every heartbeat, the current softly rises, then settles again, like slow ocean waves. Steady, predictable, comforting. Somewhere ahead, beyond the winding vessels, the source of this rhythm patiently waits. The heart. Its powerful yet gentle pumping has guided every moment of your journey so far. Soon, you will arrive there, but there is no need to hurry. For now, simply enjoy this peaceful voyage through the rivers of life. Watch the countless red blood cells drift quietly beside you, each carrying invisible breaths of fresh oxygen, each serving the body without complaint, without pause, without ever asking to be noticed. As your own breathing becomes slower, imagine yourself floating effortlessly with the current, every heartbeat carrying you a little farther, every gentle wave inviting deeper relaxation. The river knows exactly where it is going, and tonight, you do not need to guide it. You only need to drift, slowly, peacefully, towards sleep. The gentle current continues to carry you forward, steady, quiet, almost like floating on a calm river beneath a sky full of stars. There is nowhere to hurry, nowhere else to be, only this peaceful journey. As you drift deeper into the bloodstream, you find yourself surrounded by countless red blood cells. They move together with remarkable grace, never colliding, never becoming tangled, each one finding its own place in the flowing current. From nearby, their familiar shape becomes even more fascinating. Rather than being perfectly round, each cell is shaped like a soft disc, gently pressed inward at the center. Scientists call this a biconcave shape. It may seem like a small detail, but it makes an enormous difference. This elegant design gives each cell more surface area, allowing it to gather and release oxygen with incredible efficiency. It also helps the cell bend, twist, and squeeze through the narrowest blood vessels without difficulty. Nature rarely wastes a design. Everything has a purpose. You decide to float beside one particular red blood cell. Perhaps you can imagine giving it a friendly name, a quiet traveling companion. It has already been on an extraordinary journey, born deep inside the soft marrow of a bone. It entered the bloodstream only a few days ago, bright, flexible, and ready to serve. For about 120 days, it will travel through your body again and again, covering thousands of kilometers, passing through the heart, the lungs, the brain, the fingertips, the toes, and every place in between. Unlike people, it never grows tired of the journey. Each trip begins in the lungs, where fresh oxygen is waiting. As blood flows through millions of tiny air sacs, the oxygen gently slips into the bloodstream. Your companion quietly welcomes these tiny oxygen molecules, holding them safely inside its hemoglobin. You might imagine them as tiny glowing lanterns, each one carrying a little spark of life. The current carries both of you onward, past smooth vessel walls, around gentle curves, through peaceful branches. Eventually, you arrive at a group of hardworking muscle cells. Perhaps they belong to your arm or your back, resting comfortably as you lie still. The muscles quietly ask for oxygen, not with words, but through simple chemistry. Your companion immediately understands. One by one, the glowing oxygen lanterns are released, floating gently into the waiting cells. Almost instantly, those cells begin using the oxygen to create energy. Tiny power stations inside them, called mitochondria, work silently, turning oxygen and nutrients into the energy needed for life. Without this exchange, even the smallest movement would be impossible. You take another slow breath and smile quietly, because even while you are resting, millions of these peaceful deliveries are happening every single second. The body never truly sleeps. Its workers simply continue, calmly, faithfully, without applause. Once the oxygen has been delivered, your red blood cell companion begins collecting something else: carbon dioxide. This gas is a natural result of making energy. Too much of it cannot remain inside the body, so the bloodstream gently carries it away, back toward the lungs, where it will quietly leave with your next exhale. Every breath you take, even now, completes this beautiful circle. Oxygen enters, carbon dioxide leaves. Again and again, the rhythm is so familiar that most of us never stop to appreciate it. Yet it is one of the greatest partnerships in nature. You continue floating together, watching thousands of other red blood cells carrying out exactly the same mission. No one gives orders. No traffic signals appear. No one argues about where to go. Each cell responds naturally to tiny chemical signals, as though the entire bloodstream shares one peaceful understanding. It is a silent dance, perfected over millions of years. Eventually, you notice that some of the older red blood cells look slightly different. They have traveled farther, worked longer, served faithfully for months. Soon, their journey will come to an end, not because they have failed, but because every living thing follows its own gentle cycle. New red blood cells are already waiting, ready to continue the endless journey. The body quietly renews itself. Every day, every hour, every moment. Nothing lasts forever, yet nothing is truly lost, only gently replaced. As the current carries you onward, the flowing river begins to widen. Far ahead, you can sense a different kind of traveler approaching, larger, more complex, moving with calm determination. These are the quiet guardians of the bloodstream, the white blood cells, patient protectors, watching over this peaceful inner world. But for now, simply continue drifting beside your faithful companion, listening to the soft rhythm of your own heartbeat, feeling each gentle breath, and allowing yourself to sink even deeper into quiet, comfortable sleep. Take another slow breath. Feel the air gently fill your lungs, and slowly drift back out again. The peaceful river continues carrying you forward. The countless red blood cells glide past like tiny crimson boats, each quietly delivering oxygen, each following the gentle rhythm of life. But as you continue your journey, you begin to notice something different. A traveler unlike the others, larger, rounder, moving with calm purpose rather than great speed. This is a white blood cell, one of the body's quiet guardians. Unlike the red blood cells, which spend nearly all of their time inside the bloodstream, white blood cells are explorers. They travel where they are needed, leaving the blood vessels whenever necessary, crossing into nearby tissues, always searching, always watching, yet never disturbing the peaceful balance unless they must. There are several kinds of white blood cells, each with its own gentle responsibility. Some patrol the bloodstream. Others remember tiny details about germs they have encountered before. Some communicate with distant parts of the immune system, while others quietly clean away damaged cells. Together, they form an extraordinary team, not an army driven by noise or anger, but a community of careful caretakers. Imagine following one friendly white blood cell as it drifts through the current. It moves more slowly than the red blood cells around it, almost as if it is taking time to observe everything. Its surface is constantly changing, stretching, folding, and gently reaching outward, as though feeling the world around it. Unlike the smooth red blood cells, this guardian is wonderfully flexible, ready to respond whenever help is needed. Most of the time, its journey is peaceful. There are no dangerous invaders nearby, no injuries that require urgent attention, so it simply continues its quiet patrol, watching, waiting, protecting, without ever asking to be noticed. This peaceful routine is actually a sign of good health. When the body is well, the immune system spends much of its time quietly maintaining balance, not fighting battles, but preventing them. You drift alongside your new companion, passing tiny branches of blood vessels. Beyond the delicate walls, millions of healthy cells continue their daily work, building, repairing, growing. The white blood cell notices them all, yet it knows they belong here. It leaves them undisturbed. One of the greatest talents of the immune system is recognition. It learns the difference between friend and stranger, between healthy tissue and something that should not remain. It is an astonishing skill, refined through countless generations. Far ahead, a tiny signal begins to appear, not an alarm, but a gentle chemical message. Some nearby cells have called for assistance. Perhaps a tiny scratch on the skin, or a place where old cells are being cleared away. Your companion quietly changes direction, following the invisible trail. It approaches the wall of a small capillary. Then something remarkable happens. The white blood cell gently presses against the vessel wall. Slowly, patiently, it changes shape, almost like soft clay, until it slips between the cells of the blood vessel itself, leaving the bloodstream behind. This incredible process is called diapedesis. Though the name sounds complex, the movement is beautifully graceful. Within moments, the white blood cell is exploring the surrounding tissue, walking where the bloodstream could never carry it. You follow at a respectful distance. The surrounding landscape is calm. Healthy cells rest quietly in their places. Tiny fibers support the tissues. Gentle streams of fluid move silently between them. Eventually, the white blood cell reaches its destination. A few worn-out cells have reached the end of their natural lives. Without hesitation, the guardian begins its quiet work. carefully clearing away what is no longer needed, making room for fresh new cells to take their place. There is no violence here, only renewal, only gentle housekeeping. It reminds you that health is not simply about fighting illness. It is also about constant care, small repairs, quiet maintenance, tiny acts of renewal, happening every moment, even while you sleep. Some white blood cells may live only a few days. Others remain with you for months, or even years. Some carry memories of past infections, helping your body respond more quickly if the same visitor ever returns. It is a remarkable form of learning, hidden deep inside your own body. As you continue watching, the white blood cell finishes its work. Satisfied, it quietly resumes its peaceful patrol. No applause, no celebration, simply another small task completed, one among millions. You take another slow breath, feeling grateful for these unseen guardians, working faithfully every hour of every day, protecting you without demanding attention. Soon, your journey will introduce you to another remarkable helper. Tiny platelets, the silent repair team, always ready to mend even the smallest injury. But for now, simply drift, surrounded by calm currents, quiet guardians, and the comforting knowledge that your body has been caring for you. Every moment, even in your deepest sleep, take another slow, gentle breath. Feel your body becoming even more relaxed. The quiet guardians of the immune system continue their peaceful patrol, gradually disappearing into the distance. The bloodstream grows calm once more. The steady current carries you onward, its gentle rhythm perfectly matching the quiet beat of your heart. As you float through this living river, you begin to notice thousands of tiny fragments moving gracefully around you. They are much smaller than the red blood cells, and far smaller than the white blood cells. At first glance, they hardly seem important, but appearances can be wonderfully misleading. These tiny travelers are called platelets, or thrombocytes. Unlike most cells, platelets are not complete cells at all. They are tiny fragments, created deep inside your bone marrow. There, enormous cells called megakaryocytes quietly release thousands of tiny platelets into the bloodstream, like leaves drifting from a great tree into a peaceful river. Every second, your body creates hundreds of thousands of new platelets, ready to help whenever they are needed. Most days, they simply drift with the current, patient, observant, waiting. Their lives are surprisingly short, usually lasting only about a week. Yet during that brief time, they remain constantly prepared, never anxious, never restless, simply ready. Imagine floating beside one friendly platelet. It is no larger than a tiny pebble in this vast crimson river. Its surface is smooth, almost sleepy. Nothing suggests the remarkable transformation it can perform. The bloodstream around you feels perfectly peaceful. Healthy vessel walls stretch endlessly ahead. Strong, flexible, undisturbed. The platelet has no reason to hurry. Then, far in the distance, a tiny change appears. Perhaps somewhere, a person has received the smallest paper cut or brushed against a rough branch. The injury is so small, you might never even notice it. But deep inside the bloodstream, the signal is immediately recognized. Invisible chemical messages gently spread through the nearby blood. Your tiny companion senses them at once. Without panic, without confusion, It quietly changes direction, joining countless other platelets flowing toward the same location. As you arrive, you see a tiny opening in the wall of a blood vessel, no larger than a narrow crack in an old stone path. Blood could escape here, if nothing were done. The platelets waste no time. One by one, they gently attach themselves to the damaged surface, almost as though tiny magnets have quietly pulled them into place. Something extraordinary begins to happen. The smooth little fragments change shape. Tiny arms extend from their surfaces, helping them hold onto one another. Soon, more platelets arrive, then more, each connecting to the growing cluster, slowly forming a soft living patch over the opening. It feels less like construction and more like neighbors quietly rebuilding a small bridge together. No shouting, no rushing. Only calm cooperation. As the platelet team continues its work, special proteins floating within the plasma begin to join them. Thin strands of fibrin appear, almost invisible, like delicate spider silk catching the morning light. These strands weave gently through the platelets, strengthening the tiny patch until it becomes a secure protective seal. Within minutes, the leak is safely closed. The bloodstream resumes its peaceful flow. The body quietly begins repairing the damaged tissue beneath. Over the coming days, fresh cells will replace the old ones. The tiny clot will slowly disappear, leaving little evidence that anything ever happened. Most of us never witnessed this remarkable process, yet it has happened thousands of times throughout our lives. Every scraped knee, every tiny cut while preparing food, every unnoticed scratch, each quietly healed, thanks to these patient little builders. As you drift away from the repaired vessel, the remaining platelets calmly return to their gentle journey. They do not remain where they are no longer needed. They simply continue floating, ready for the next small act of care. It is comforting to realize that your body carries its own repair team everywhere it goes, always nearby, always prepared, working silently, even while you rest. Every heartbeat carries these tiny builders through thousands of kilometers of blood vessels, watching over places you will never see, protecting tissues you rarely think about. Their work is so dependable that it usually goes completely unnoticed. And perhaps that is one of the most beautiful things about the human body. Its greatest acts of kindness often happen in complete silence. Take one more slow breath. Feel your own body resting safely, knowing that countless invisible helpers continue caring for you, moment after moment, without ever asking for recognition. Far ahead, the gentle current begins to grow stronger. The river widens. Its steady pulse becomes more powerful. You can sense that something immense lies just beyond the next bend. A magnificent living engine, working faithfully since before your very first breath. The heart. Soon, you will enter its great chambers and discover the quiet rhythm that has carried you through this entire journey. Take a long, slow breath and let it drift gently away. The peaceful river carries you forward, its current becoming stronger, its rhythm becoming more noticeable. With every few moments, you feel a gentle pulse, a soft surge, then calm once again. It is steady, comforting, familiar. You have heard this rhythm your entire life, even before you were born. Now, at last, you arrive at its source. Before you stands one of the most remarkable organs in the human body, the heart. From where you are floating, it seems less like an organ and more like a magnificent living palace. Strong walls rise all around you, smooth, warm, and constantly moving with graceful precision. There is no feeling of strain, no sense of effort, only a calm, reliable rhythm that never seems to grow tired. The heart is often imagined as a simple pump, but tonight, it feels much more like the quiet conductor of a vast orchestra. Every gentle beat sends life flowing to every corner of your body, without applause, without recognition, without ever asking for rest. An average adult heart is about the size of a closed fist, small enough to fit comfortably in your hands, yet powerful enough to move nearly 7,000 liters of blood every single day. Across an average lifetime, it may beat more than 3 billion times. Imagine performing the same task every second for decades without taking a single vacation. That is the quiet devotion of your heart. As you drift closer, you notice that each heartbeat follows the same peaceful pattern. The muscular walls gently tighten, pushing blood forward, then relax once more, welcoming the next gentle wave. There is no hurry. The rhythm adapts naturally, slower while you sleep, faster when you run, calmer when you rest, always responding to what your body needs. You pause for a moment, simply listening. Lube, dub, lube, dub. Each sound marks a perfectly timed movement, not the beating of muscle itself, but the quiet closing of valves, tiny doorways opening and closing, keeping blood flowing in only one direction. Like locks along a peaceful canal, they prevent the current from ever flowing backward. Everything inside the heart is built around gentle efficiency. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is random. As you float into one of the great chambers, the space feels enormous. Smooth walls surround you. Their surfaces glisten softly beneath the warm crimson light. Fresh blood flows in, then quietly moves onward. There is never any confusion. Every drop knows exactly where it belongs. Millions of red blood cells pass by, carrying oxygen. White blood cells patrol quietly nearby. Platelets drift patiently through the current, each traveler performing its own small responsibility. Together, they create one endless, graceful movement. The heart itself is made almost entirely of specialized muscle. Unlike the muscles in your arms or legs, you never have to remind it to move. You do not whisper, "Please beat now." It already knows. Deep inside the heart, tiny groups of remarkable cells create gentle electrical signals. These signals spread through the muscle, like soft ripples across a quiet lake, guiding every contraction, every relaxation, every perfectly timed heartbeat. Even while you sleep, these invisible waves continue, faithfully, second after second. You realize something comforting. Your heart has carried you through every chapter of your life. It was there, during your very first breath, your first laugh, your happiest moments, your greatest challenges, every adventure, every quiet afternoon, every peaceful night. It never stopped, not even once. As you continue drifting through this magnificent living chamber, you notice how calm everything feels. Despite all the movement, nothing is frantic, nothing is chaotic. It is one of nature's greatest examples of steady purpose, a rhythm refined over hundreds of millions of years, a rhythm that asks for nothing except the chance to continue. Take another slow breath. Feel your own heartbeat. Perhaps you can notice it, softly, somewhere beneath the quiet stillness of your body. It has been with you every second of your existence. And tonight, it continues its faithful work as you gently drift closer to sleep. Soon, our journey will lead us deeper into the heart itself, where four remarkable chambers work together, like perfectly synchronized rooms in a peaceful living castle. Until then, simply float, listen to the gentle rhythm, and allow each heartbeat to carry you a little deeper into restful dreams. Take another slow, comfortable breath. Feel the gentle rhythm of your heart continuing beneath the quiet stillness of your body. As you drift farther inside this remarkable living palace, you begin to notice that the heart is not one single open space. Instead, it is divided into four beautiful chambers, each with its own gentle purpose, each working in perfect harmony with the others. Imagine entering a peaceful house, where every room has been carefully designed, not for decoration, but for helping life continue. Nothing is unnecessary. Nothing is out of place. Every doorway, every wall, every movement has a quiet purpose. The first chamber you enter is the right atrium. It feels calm, almost like a welcoming entrance hall. Blood returning from every corner of your body arrives here. After delivering precious oxygen to muscles, organs, and every tiny cell, the blood has completed one important part of its journey. Now, it quietly gathers in this peaceful chamber, preparing for the next step. There is no crowding, no confusion. Each gentle wave of blood arrives exactly when it should. Above you, the smooth muscular walls expand ever so slightly, welcoming each new arrival. Then softly guide the blood toward a graceful doorway below. Guarding that doorway is one of the heart's remarkable valves, the tricuspid valve. It opens gently, allowing blood to move forward, then closes with perfect timing, preventing even a single drop from flowing backward. You may remember the gentle sounds of the heartbeat. Lube, dub. Part of those familiar sounds comes from valves like this one, quietly closing, keeping the journey smooth and orderly. You continue drifting into the second chamber, the right ventricle. This room feels stronger. Its muscular walls are noticeably thicker. Here, the blood prepares for a short but very important journey. With one calm contraction, the ventricle gently pushes the blood upward, toward the lungs, not with violence, but with steady confidence. The current carries you forward through another carefully designed valve, the pulmonary valve. Beyond it, the bloodstream branches into two great pathways, one leading to each lung. There, fresh oxygen patiently waits, ready to begin the next chapter of the journey. For a moment, you pause, watching wave after wave of blood leaving the heart, every heartbeat sending another peaceful delivery. The rhythm never falters, not because it is forced, but because it has practiced this gentle motion since before birth. Soon, your own journey returns. This time, the blood is bright with fresh oxygen. It enters another welcoming chamber, the left atrium. The atmosphere here feels fresh, almost luminous. Tiny red blood cells glide quietly beside you, their hemoglobin carrying millions of newly collected oxygen molecules, like tiny lanterns glowing softly in the current. Again, the blood gathers peacefully, waiting only a brief moment before another valve opens. This one is called the mitral valve, also known as the bicuspid valve. Elegant, strong, and perfectly timed. It allows the oxygen-rich blood to move into the largest and most powerful chamber of all, the left ventricle. As you enter, you immediately notice the difference. The walls here are incredibly strong, much thicker than those of the other chambers. For good reason. This chamber carries the greatest responsibility. From here, blood must travel to every part of the body, from the tips of your toes, to the top of your head, to every organ, every muscle, every tiny living cell. With each heartbeat, the left ventricle contracts, powerfully, yet smoothly, sending oxygen-rich blood into the body's largest artery, the aorta. From there, the great river branches again, into thousands, then millions, of smaller pathways, eventually reaching every corner of your remarkable inner world. You float quietly for a moment, watching this endless circulation. The right side of the heart gently sends blood to the lungs. The left side sends it back to the body, round and round, again and again, without interruption, without hesitation. It is one of nature's most beautiful circles. No chamber competes with another. None tries to do every job. Each simply performs its own role, trusting the others completely. It is a quiet lesson in harmony. Even now, as you rest peacefully beneath your blanket, these four chambers continue their timeless dance, expanding, contracting, welcoming, sending, every movement perfectly synchronized, every beat bringing fresh life to trillions of cells. Take another slow breath. Feel your own chest rise gently, then fall. Your heart continues its faithful rhythm, as calm as the tide, as dependable as the sunrise. Soon, we will follow the bright red river out of the heart, toward the soft clouds of the lungs, where every breath becomes a gift, and every tiny air sac quietly waits to share its precious oxygen. For now, simply float, listening to the peaceful rhythm around you, and allow your mind to drift a little deeper into restful sleep. Take another slow breath. Let it enter gently and leave just as softly. As you rest within the peaceful chambers of the heart, you begin to notice something extraordinary. The rhythm around you never truly begins, and it never truly ends. It simply continues, beat after beat, wave after wave, like the steady tides of a quiet sea. The heart does not stop to think about its next movement. It does not hesitate or forget. Deep within the upper right chamber, hidden among the gentle muscle fibers, lies a tiny cluster of remarkable cells, so small that they could fit on the tip of a finger. Yet they quietly guide one of the most important rhythms in your entire body. This tiny group is called the sinoatrial node, often known as the heart's natural pacemaker. Without making a sound, these special cells create tiny electrical signals, again and again, day and night, while you work, while you laugh, while you dream, and even now, as you slowly drift toward sleep. You imagine each electrical signal as a tiny pulse of golden light. It appears softly within the pacemaker, then spreads across the heart, like ripples moving across the surface of a still lake. As the light travels, the upper chambers gently contract, guiding blood downward. A brief moment later, the signal reaches another small group of cells, the atrioventricular node. This tiny station pauses the signal for only the shortest moment, just long enough for the ventricles to fill completely with blood. It is a pause so brief that you would never notice it. Yet without it, the heart could not work as gracefully. Sometimes, the smallest moments make the greatest difference. The golden signal continues its journey, traveling through delicate pathways deep inside the heart muscle. Soon, the powerful ventricles receive the message. Their strong walls gently tighten, sending blood on its way. One heartbeat is complete. Almost immediately, another tiny spark begins. The cycle repeats, perfectly, patiently, without becoming tired. This quiet rhythm is one of the oldest companions you have ever known. Long before your first birthday, before your first smile, before your very first memory, your heart had already been beating faithfully for months. Even before you entered the world, it had already begun its lifelong work. Perhaps that is why the heartbeat feels so comforting. It has always been there, a familiar companion through every chapter of life. As you float peacefully, you begin to notice that the rhythm is changing ever so slightly. Not because anything is wrong, but because your body understands that you are relaxing. As you prepare for sleep, your nervous system gently whispers to the heart, "There is no danger, no need to hurry. Everything is safe." The heartbeat becomes a little slower, a little softer. The spaces between each beat grow ever so slightly longer, saving energy, allowing the body to rest. It is a beautiful example of quiet communication. The brain, the nerves, the lungs, and the heart, all speaking to one another without words, each understanding exactly what the others need. Nearby, you notice countless red blood cells continuing their endless voyage. Some leave toward the brain, others toward the kidneys, the muscles, the skin. Every heartbeat begins thousands of tiny journeys all at once, each one carrying oxygen, warmth, and life. The heart asks for very little in return, only a steady supply of oxygen for itself, delivered through its own special blood vessels. These are called the coronary arteries. They wrap gently around the outside of the heart, like winding forest paths, quietly nourishing the muscle that nourishes everything else. Even the heart must be cared for. As time passes, you begin to feel completely surrounded by rhythm. Your breathing has its own gentle pattern. The bloodstream has its steady flow. The heart continues its calm and faithful song. Nothing here is rushed. Nothing is forced. Everything belongs. Everything flows. Scientists often describe the heart as a pump, but tonight, it feels more like a patient musician, keeping perfect time for an orchestra of trillions, never demanding attention, simply guiding every part of the body with quiet confidence. Take one more slow breath. Feel the rise of your chest, then the gentle fall. Listen, if only in your imagination, to the soft and endless rhythm that has carried you through every day of your life. Soon, the current will guide you away from the heart, toward the gentle branches of the pulmonary arteries, and onward to the peaceful landscape of the lungs, where millions of tiny air sacs wait like floating clouds, ready to welcome each fresh breath. Until then, simply drift, carried by the endless rhythm of life, and allow yourself to sink even deeper into peaceful sleep. Take a slow, peaceful breath, Notice how effortlessly the air enters your body, then gently leaves again. You do not have to think about it. You do not have to guide it. Your body has mastered this quiet rhythm long ago. As the heart sends you onward, the current changes direction. You leave the great chambers behind, flowing into a pair of broad vessels known as the pulmonary arteries. Unlike most arteries, these do not carry oxygen-rich blood. Instead, they carry blood that has already shared its oxygen with the body. Now, it travels peacefully toward the lungs, ready for another fresh beginning. The journey feels calm. The vessels branch again and again, growing smaller with every gentle turn, like the branches of a great old tree or the winding streams of a quiet forest. Soon, the passageways become so delicate that only a few red blood cells can pass side by side. The current slows. Everything grows quieter. Ahead, a breathtaking landscape begins to appear. Millions upon millions of tiny air-filled chambers, stretching farther than you can see. Soft, light, almost like floating among peaceful clouds at sunrise. Welcome to the lungs. From the outside, they may seem simple, but inside, they contain one of the most elegant designs in nature. The branching airways finally end in tiny structures called alveoli, little air sacs, each one no larger than a grain of fine sand. Yet together, there are around 500 million of them. If all these delicate air sacs were gently spread across the ground, they would cover an area nearly as large as a tennis court. All of this space exists inside your chest, quietly waiting for every breath. You drift toward one glowing alveolus. Its walls are incredibly thin, almost transparent. On the other side, tiny capillaries wrap around it like delicate vines embracing a flower. Only the thinnest of barriers separates the air from the flowing blood. It is here, at this peaceful meeting place, that one of life's greatest exchanges quietly takes place. As you inhale, fresh air travels through your nose or your mouth, down the windpipe, into smaller and smaller airways, until it finally reaches these tiny air sacs. The oxygen carried by that breath gently fills the alveolus. Waiting patiently, nearby, red blood cells begin arriving, still carrying carbon dioxide collected from every part of the body. Your old traveling companions have returned, ready for another exchange. One by one, tiny oxygen molecules quietly slip through the delicate wall of the alveolus, crossing into the bloodstream. There, they are welcomed by hemoglobin, almost as though old friends have met once again. At the very same moment, carbon dioxide begins its own gentle journey, leaving the blood, passing into the air inside the alveolus. Soon, with your next peaceful exhale, it will quietly leave the body. The exchange is silent. No doors open. No machinery moves. Only tiny molecules following the natural laws of balance. Again and again, millions of times, with every single breath, you pause, watching this beautiful dance. Fresh oxygen entering, carbon dioxide leaving, life flowing in one direction, waste gently flowing out the other. Everything happens without hurry, without effort. Nearby, the walls of the alveoli gently expand, then softly relax, expand, then relax again. Each breath feels like the slow movement of waves reaching a quiet shore. Your own breathing begins to match this peaceful rhythm. Slow, deep, comfortable. The lungs never demand perfection. Even an ordinary quiet breath carries enough oxygen to keep this incredible system working. Every inhale is a quiet gift. Every exhale a gentle release. As you continue floating, you realize that the lungs are never truly empty. Even after breathing out, a small amount of air always remains, keeping these delicate air sacs open, ready for the next breath. Always prepared, always patient. You imagine the lungs as two peaceful forests, where every tiny leaf is an alveolus, every branch an airway, every gentle breeze another breath. Together, they create one of the quietest miracles inside the human body. As you drift through this soft landscape, bathed in warm golden light, the fresh oxygen now travels with countless red blood cells, beginning another journey back toward the heart. Soon, you will follow them, returning to the left side of the heart, where bright oxygen-rich blood begins its long voyage to every corner of your remarkable inner world. But for now, simply float among these peaceful clouds. Listen to your own gentle breathing. Feel the calm rise and fall of each breath, and allow every quiet inhale to carry you a little deeper into restful sleep. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Feel your chest rise gently, then slowly fall. You remain surrounded by the quiet beauty of the lungs, floating among countless tiny air sacs, each one glowing softly in the warm golden light. From where you drift, the landscape seems endless. Every direction reveals more delicate chambers, connected by graceful passageways, like an endless field of tiny lanterns, or a valley filled with morning dew. These remarkable structures are called alveoli. The word comes from the Latin term for little hollow, a simple name for something truly extraordinary. Although each alveolus is incredibly small, together they form one of the largest working surfaces inside the human body, a hidden world designed for one peaceful purpose: to welcome every breath. You gently approach one alveolus. Its curved walls shimmer almost like the surface of a soap bubble, thin, flexible, and surprisingly strong. Only two delicate layers separate the fresh air inside from the flowing blood outside. That tiny distance, less than the width of a single human hair divided many dozens of times, allows oxygen to cross with effortless grace. Nature has made the journey wonderfully short, so that every breath can become part of every heartbeat. Nearby, you notice that the alveolus is coated with a very thin film of moisture. Without this gentle layer, oxygen could not dissolve easily enough to enter the blood. Everything here has been quietly prepared. Even the smallest detail serves a purpose. Scattered among the lining, special cells produce a remarkable substance called surfactant. Its name may sound scientific, but its job is beautifully simple. It helps prevent these tiny air sacs from collapsing when you breathe out. Imagine blowing a soap bubble, then watching it gently stay open instead of sticking shut. That is one of the quiet gifts of surfactant, working every moment. Without asking for attention, you continue drifting through this peaceful landscape, watching each breath gently expand the alveoli, then allowing them to relax again. No sudden movements, only slow, graceful motion, like fields of tall grass swaying beneath a soft evening breeze. As you watch, Another group of red blood cells quietly arrives. Bright red now, filled with fresh oxygen. They move calmly through the tiny capillaries wrapped around every alveolus. Each cell spends only about a second passing through this delicate network. Yet during that brief visit, it collects everything it needs, then peacefully continues its journey. It is astonishing to think that this tiny exchange has happened every few seconds. For your entire life, while you studied, while you played, while you worked, while you slept, your lungs never forgot their gentle rhythm. Even tonight, as your mind grows quieter, millions of alveoli continue welcoming each breath, without effort, without complaint, without ever becoming bored. You notice tiny immune cells quietly resting nearby. These are alveolar macrophages, gentle caretakers of the lungs. Their task is simple: to quietly remove tiny particles of dust, old cells, or anything that does not belong. Most days, their work is peaceful, more like careful housekeeping than dramatic rescue. They help keep every breath as clean as possible. Another quiet reminder that much of the body's greatest work happens silently, far beyond our awareness. You pause, simply observing the endless field of air sacs, 500 million tiny chambers, working together as one. No alveolus tries to breathe for all the others. Each welcomes only its own small share of air. Yet together, they sustain an entire human life. There is something comforting in that thought. Great things are often accomplished through countless small acts, repeated patiently, again and again. Your own breathing grows slower, perhaps a little deeper, perhaps so gentle now that you barely notice it. The lungs continue anyway, faithful companions. Since the day you entered the world, the current begins to shift. The oxygen-rich blood beside you starts moving away from the lungs, gathering into larger vessels, quietly returning toward the heart. Soon, you will follow this bright crimson river, beginning a new journey through the body, where every fresh breath becomes energy, warmth, movement, and life itself. But for now, rest among these peaceful little air sacs. Let the gentle rhythm of your breathing surround you, and allow the quiet beauty of this hidden world to carry you even deeper into peaceful sleep. Take one slow, easy breath in. Hold it for just a gentle moment, and let it quietly drift away. There is something wonderfully comforting about breathing. It asks almost nothing of us, yet it gives us everything. As you continue floating through the peaceful landscape of the lungs, the bright red blood begins its return journey. Each tiny cell now carries fresh oxygen, collected only moments ago. The current flows smoothly through delicate veins, leaving behind the quiet forests of alveoli, making its way back toward the heart. From there, this precious gift will travel to every corner of your body. You decide to follow a single oxygen molecule. It is unimaginably small, far too tiny for even the most powerful microscope to see directly. Yet its journey is one of the most important stories inside you. Only a few moments ago, it was part of the air around you, perhaps floating quietly through your bedroom, perhaps carried gently by the evening breeze outside. With one peaceful inhale, it entered your nose, passed through your throat, traveled deep into your lungs, crossed the delicate wall of an alveolus, and now it rides safely inside a red blood cell. Its journey has only just begun. The bloodstream carries it toward the heart. The left atrium welcomes it. The left ventricle gives it a powerful yet gentle push. And suddenly, it begins an incredible voyage through the great highways of your body. Some oxygen molecules travel to your brain, helping billions of neurons quietly exchange thoughts. Others visit your muscles, preparing them for tomorrow's movements. Some reach your kidneys, your liver, your skin. Even the tiniest cells at the tips of your fingers receive their share. No place is forgotten. Every living cell depends upon this invisible traveler. As your oxygen molecule reaches its destination, it gently leaves the red blood cell, crossing into a waiting cell. There, it enters one of the cell's tiny energy factories, the mitochondrion, sometimes called the powerhouse of the cell. Though tonight, it feels more like a peaceful little workshop. Inside, oxygen joins with nutrients collected from the food you have eaten. Together, they release energy, not through fire or explosions, but through thousands of quiet chemical reactions. The result is a remarkable substance called ADP, a tiny packet of usable energy. Almost every movement your body makes depends upon ADP. Blinking your eyes, smiling, thinking, dreaming, even your heartbeat, all are quietly powered by these microscopic energy packets. Your body creates and uses billions of them every second. The work never truly stops. Even while you sleep, cells continue repairing themselves, building proteins, organizing memories, maintaining balance, and preparing for a new day. Every one of those peaceful tasks depends upon the oxygen carried by your breath. It is extraordinary to think that something as simple as breathing connects the outside world to every tiny corner inside you. With each inhale, the universe shares a small gift. With each exhale, your body gently gives something back, a quiet exchange, continuing since your very first breath. And one day, far into the future, completing with your very last. Between those two moments, there may be hundreds of millions of breaths, most passing unnoticed, yet every one a small miracle. As you continue floating, you begin to notice how naturally your breathing has slowed. Perhaps it feels deeper now, more comfortable. The body often breathes this way as sleep approaches. The nervous system relaxes. The heart follows its lead. The muscles soften. Even the mind begins releasing the busy thoughts of the day. Nothing needs your attention anymore. Your body already knows exactly what to do. It has practiced this peaceful rhythm every day of your life. You simply allow it to continue. Nearby, the oxygen-rich blood flows onward, its journey leading toward countless organs waiting quietly in the darkness. One of those destinations lies just ahead, a remarkable place where every meal becomes nourishment, where billions of helpful companions quietly assist in the work of digestion, the digestive system. Soon, we will leave the rivers of blood behind and begin another peaceful adventure, starting at the gentle entrance of the mouth. But for now, simply enjoy the gift of this very breath. Feel it enter, feel it leave, and allow each calm inhale to carry you a little farther into deep, restful sleep. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Feel your jaw relax, your tongue resting comfortably, your face becoming soft. As your body settles more deeply into sleep, our journey gently leaves the bright rivers of the bloodstream. following a different path, one that begins with one of the simplest moments of every day, taking a bite of food. It is something we do so often that we rarely stop to appreciate the remarkable journey that follows. Tonight, you become wonderfully small once again, standing at the entrance to a vast and welcoming landscape, the mouth. From this tiny perspective, it feels like the entrance hall to a great underground world. Above you, the curved roof stretches like the ceiling of a quiet cave. Around you, strong white teeth stand like smooth stone pillars, arranged with remarkable precision, each one shaped for a different task. At the front, the sharp incisors gently slice through food. Behind them, the pointed canines help tear tougher pieces apart. Farther back, the broad premolars and molars patiently grind everything into smaller and smaller pieces. No tooth tries to do every job. Each performs its own role, together creating perfect harmony. You pause for a moment, listening. There is no noise here tonight, only stillness, only quiet. Yet during every meal, more than 30 muscles work together in careful coordination, guiding each bite, moving the jaw, positioning the tongue, preparing food for its long journey. Most of this happens automatically, without a single conscious thought. Your attention turns toward the tongue. From far away, it may seem simple, but from here, it resembles a soft rolling landscape, covered with thousands of tiny bumps called papillae. Hidden among them are thousands of taste buds, tiny sensory organs that quietly explore every flavor. Sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and savory. Each taste bud contains delicate receptor cells, waiting patiently for tiny flavor molecules to arrive. The moment they do, gentle electrical signals begin traveling toward the brain, allowing you to recognize familiar tastes. Even tonight, as you rest, those remarkable receptors remain ready for tomorrow's breakfast. Nearby, you notice tiny streams of crystal clear liquid beginning to appear. These gentle rivers come from the salivary glands, 3 major pairs, and hundreds of smaller ones, quietly produce saliva throughout the day. Most people hardly notice it, yet saliva performs many important tasks. It moistens food, making it easier to chew and swallow. It gently protects the delicate tissues inside the mouth. And perhaps most remarkably, it begins digestion before food has even reached the stomach. Within the saliva, a special enzyme called amylase quietly begins breaking down starch. The long chains of carbohydrates found in bread, rice, potatoes, and many other foods, slowly becoming smaller sugar molecules. The process is gentle, almost invisible, yet digestion has already begun, long before the stomach ever becomes involved. As you continue wandering, you notice that every bite of food is carefully shaped into a soft, rounded package. Scientists call this a bolus. The tongue patiently guides it toward the back of the mouth, preparing for one of the safest and most coordinated movements in the human body, swallowing. It may seem simple, but more than 50 muscles and several nerves work together with extraordinary precision. In less than 2 seconds, food begins moving from the mouth toward the esophagus, while another small structure, the epiglottis, gently folds over the entrance to the windpipe, like a tiny protective door, making sure food follows the correct path. It is another quiet act of protection, one that happens thousands of times during a lifetime, usually without us ever noticing. You pause beside this remarkable little guardian, watching it patiently open, then close again, always calm, always reliable. Every meal, every sip of water, every swallow, guided safely on its way. The mouth is more than the beginning of digestion. It is also the beginning of nourishment. Every fruit, every grain, every warm bowl of soup, every cool glass of water starts its incredible journey here. Soon, the food will continue downward into a long, gentle passage called the esophagus, where quiet waves of muscle slowly carry every bite toward the stomach. But there is no need to hurry. For now, simply rest in this peaceful entrance to the digestive world. Listen to the quiet stillness. Feel your own breathing, and allow your mind to drift a little deeper into comfortable, dream-filled sleep. Take another slow, comfortable breath. Feel your chest rise gently, then slowly settle once again. Our peaceful journey now leaves the quiet entrance of the mouth and follows the path of a single, carefully prepared bite of food. The tongue gives one final gentle push, and the journey begins. Ahead of you stretches a long, smooth passage, softly lit, warm, and calm. This is the esophagus, often called the food pipe, though pipe hardly captures its graceful design. From your tiny point of view, it feels more like a peaceful tunnel, its walls lined with gentle folds that expand and relax with quiet precision. In an adult, the esophagus is about 25 centimeters long, not especially long. Yet every meal you have ever eaten has traveled through this remarkable pathway. Thousands upon thousands of journeys, completed without you ever having to think about them. As you float beside the small bundle of food, you notice something fascinating. Gravity is not doing all the work. In fact, even if a person were lying down or standing on their head, the food would still make its way toward the stomach. That is because the esophagus has its own quiet method of movement, a gentle wave called peristalsis. You watch the tunnel behind the food slowly tighten, while the section ahead relaxes, almost like careful hands softly guiding a floating leaf along a peaceful stream. The wave moves steadily, never rushing, never stopping halfway, simply encouraging each bite to continue its journey. This elegant motion happens throughout much of the digestive system, a rhythm as dependable as the heartbeat, as calming as the rise and fall of your breathing. The walls of the esophagus are made of strong yet flexible muscles. The upper part contains muscles that you can control for a brief moment when you swallow. Farther down, the muscles quietly take over on their own. From that point onward, the journey continues automatically. Your body knows exactly what to do. You no longer need to guide it. There is something deeply reassuring about that. Even while you sleep, even while your thoughts drift far away, your body continues caring for itself, patiently, faithfully, without asking for your attention. As you travel deeper, you notice tiny glands hidden within the walls. They release a thin layer of slippery mucus, creating a smooth pathway for every swallow. Without this gentle coating, the journey would be much less comfortable. It is another quiet act of kindness performed by the body, one of countless small details, each making life just a little easier. The tunnel feels peaceful. Its soft walls glisten gently in the warm light. The bundle of food continues moving downward, never becoming stuck, never becoming lost. Every wave of peristalsis carries it a little farther, a little closer to its destination. Soon, a strong circular muscle comes into view, resting quietly at the lower end of the esophagus. This is the lower esophageal sphincter. Though the name sounds complicated, its purpose is wonderfully simple. It acts as a gentle doorway. Most of the time, it remains comfortably closed, protecting the esophagus from the powerful digestive juices waiting below. Only when food arrives does it quietly relax, opening just long enough to allow the journey to continue. Then, softly, it closes once more, a patient guardian, performing its duty thousands of times throughout a lifetime. Without ever asking for recognition, you pause for a moment, watching the doorway open with perfect timing. The food gently passes through and enters a new world, the stomach. Beyond the entrance, everything changes. The peaceful tunnel gives way to a spacious chamber, warm, comfortable, and filled with gentle motion. Here, food will be carefully mixed, softened, and prepared for the next stage of its remarkable adventure. But there is no need to hurry. For now, take one more slow breath. Imagine yourself floating effortlessly through this quiet passage, guided by gentle waves, protected by patient guardians, and cared for by a body that has mastered this journey since your very first meal. Soon, we will enter the peaceful world of the stomach, where powerful digestive juices, careful mixing, and quiet transformation begin. Until then, simply drift, relax, and let the slow rhythm of this hidden pathway carry you even deeper into peaceful sleep. Take another slow, gentle breath. Feel your whole body becoming wonderfully relaxed. Your shoulders soften, your hands grow pleasantly heavy, and your thoughts drift as quietly as leaves floating across a still lake. As the gentle doorway behind you closes, you enter a warm and spacious chamber. This is the stomach, a place often imagined as busy and noisy. But from where you are floating tonight, it feels peaceful, almost like a quiet harbor, patiently preparing every meal for the long journey ahead. The walls around you are soft, curved, and beautifully folded. These folds are called rugae. When the stomach is empty, they rest together like the pleats of a carefully folded blanket. As food arrives, the folds slowly unfold, allowing the stomach to gently expand. Without discomfort, without effort, an average adult stomach can comfortably hold around 1 liter of food, though it can stretch much farther when needed. Its flexibility is one of its quiet talents, always adapting, always making room, never complaining. You drift slowly through the calm interior. The air feels warm. The walls shimmer softly beneath a golden glow. At first glance, everything appears still, but look a little closer, and you notice a slow, graceful movement. The powerful muscles of the stomach are gently contracting, not quickly, not violently, only in smooth, rhythmic waves. These waves carefully mix the food with digestive juices, turning each bite into a soft, creamy mixture called chyme. It is less like stirring a pot and more like the slow rolling of ocean waves. Patient, steady, never rushing the process. Along the inner surface, millions of tiny glands quietly go about their work. Some release mucus, creating a protective coating that shields the stomach from its own powerful digestive juices. Without this slippery barrier, the stomach could begin digesting itself. Instead, every layer is carefully protected. Another beautiful example of balance. Other glands release hydrochloric acid. The name may sound dramatic, but here, it is simply another helpful tool. The acid creates an environment where many unwanted bacteria cannot survive. It also helps unlock nutrients hidden within the food, preparing them for the next stages of digestion. Nearby, another group of cells quietly releases an extraordinary enzyme called pepsin. Pepsin specializes in gently breaking apart proteins, the building blocks found in foods like beans, fish, eggs, milk, and countless other nourishing meals. Large protein molecules slowly become smaller pieces, ready for the small intestine, where even more careful work awaits. You pause, watching the quiet harmony around you. Powerful acid, gentle protective mucus, patient muscles, helpful enzymes, all working together, none trying to do everything, each contributing one small part. The stomach never hurries. It understands that good preparation takes time. Depending on the meal, food may remain here for 2, 3, or even 4 hours. During that time, the stomach carefully measures, mixes, and slowly releases tiny portions onward, never sending more than the intestines can comfortably manage. It is a lesson in patience, a reminder that even inside the body, great progress often happens one small step at a time. As you continue floating, you notice tiny nerve endings woven throughout the stomach walls. They quietly communicate with the brain, sharing simple messages. The stomach is comfortably full. Digestion is going well. Everything is proceeding as expected. These conversations happen every day without a single spoken word. The body speaks through chemistry, through gentle electrical signals, through rhythms perfected over millions of years. Perhaps that is why eating slowly often feels so peaceful. It allows these quiet conversations enough time to unfold. Far ahead, another patient guardian comes into view, a strong circular doorway known as the pyloric sphincter. Like the entrance you passed before, it opens only when the time is right. Each gentle opening allows a small amount of chyme to continue its journey into the longest chapter of digestion, the small intestine. There, billions of tiny folds, countless microscopic villi, and remarkable communities of helpful bacteria await. Together, they will quietly gather the nutrients that will nourish every living cell in your body. But for now, simply rest within the warm embrace of this remarkable chamber. Listen to the slow rhythm of its gentle waves. Feel the comforting patience with which every meal is prepared, and allow that same steady rhythm to guide your own breathing. Slower, softer, calmer, as you drift ever more deeply into peaceful sleep. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Feel your body sinking a little deeper into comfort. Your breathing has found its own quiet rhythm now. Gentle, steady, effortless. Ahead of you, the small doorway at the end of the stomach slowly opens, only for a brief moment, just enough for a small portion of the soft, creamy chyme to pass through. Then it quietly closes again. Everything happens with perfect timing. Nothing is rushed. Nothing is forced. You gently follow the stream into a new world. The small intestine. Its name makes it sound unremarkable, but appearances can be wonderfully misleading. Although it is called small, It is actually the longest part of the digestive system. In most adults, it stretches for nearly 6 meters. If it could be laid out in a straight line, it would be much taller than a giraffe. Yet inside your body, it rests comfortably in graceful loops, carefully folded to fit within the abdomen. From your tiny perspective, it feels like entering a peaceful valley, a winding pathway disappearing into the distance. Its walls are soft, warm, and gently illuminated by golden light. The surface is unlike anything you have seen before. Instead of being smooth, it is covered with countless delicate folds, each fold creating more space, more room for one of the body's most important tasks, absorbing nutrients. You drift closer to the wall and discover something even more remarkable. Tiny finger-like projections rise from every fold. These are called villi, millions upon millions of them, standing side by side like a quiet forest. Each villus is covered with even smaller microscopic structures called microvilli, so tiny that together they form what scientists often call the brush border. If all these folds, villi, and microvilli could be spread flat, they would create a surface area roughly the size of a tennis court, all hidden inside your body, waiting patiently to gather nourishment from every meal. You float between these gentle structures, watching nutrients quietly arrive. Simple sugars, small protein fragments, healthy fats, vitamins, minerals. One by one, they cross the delicate lining of the intestine, entering tiny blood vessels hidden inside each villus. Some nutrients, especially fats, take a slightly different path. They enter tiny lymphatic vessels called lacteals, beginning another peaceful journey through the body's remarkable transportation system. Everything has its own route. Everything knows where it belongs. Nearby, you notice gentle waves traveling through the walls of the intestine. Just like the esophagus, the small intestine uses peristalsis, slow rhythmic contractions that quietly guide food forward. Sometimes the movement pauses, allowing more time for nutrients to be absorbed. Sometimes it becomes slightly stronger, encouraging the journey to continue. The body adjusts every motion with extraordinary care, never too fast, never too slow. You pause beside one villus, watching thousands of tiny nutrient molecules being welcomed into the bloodstream. Only hours ago, they were part of an ordinary meal, perhaps a piece of fruit, a bowl of rice, fresh vegetables, or warm bread. Now, they begin a completely new purpose. Soon they will become muscle, bone, skin, energy, new cells, and even thoughts within the brain. It is astonishing to realize that the food we eat quietly becomes part of who we are. Day after day, meal after meal, the body patiently rebuilds itself. Nearby, small glands release digestive enzymes, completing the final stages of breaking down carbohydrates, proteins, and fats. Meanwhile, gentle alkaline fluids arriving from the pancreas help neutralize the stomach acid, creating the perfect environment for digestion to continue. Everything here feels carefully balanced, like musicians quietly following the same beautiful melody. As you drift farther along, the sunlight-like glow grows even softer. The air feels calm. The gentle waves of peristalsis continue beneath you, never stopping, always moving life forward. Ahead, another hidden community patiently waits. trillions of tiny companions, living peacefully inside the digestive system. Helpful bacteria, working together with your body every single day. Soon, you will meet these remarkable microscopic neighbors and discover that you are never truly traveling alone. But for now, simply float through this endless forest of villi. Watch the quiet harvest of nutrients. Feel the gentle rhythm surrounding you, and allow the peaceful work of digestion to carry your thoughts farther and farther into deep, restful sleep. Take another slow, gentle breath. Feel the quiet rise of your chest, then the soft, peaceful fall. You continue your journey through the winding pathways of the small intestine. The gentle waves of digestion carry you forward. Everything feels calm, unhurried, perfectly balanced. As the path slowly continues, you begin to notice something remarkable. You are not alone here. All around you lives an enormous hidden community, far too small to see with the naked eye, yet astonishingly important. These are the helpful microbes that live inside your digestive system. Together, they are known as the gut microbiome. From your tiny point of view, it feels almost like discovering a peaceful city. Countless microscopic neighbors, each quietly going about its own work. No loud voices, no rushing crowds, only millions upon millions of tiny lives, working together in quiet harmony. There are trillions of these microscopic companions inside the human body. In fact, the digestive system is home to one of the largest communities of living organisms you will ever encounter. Hundreds of different species live here, each with its own special role. Some help break down parts of food that your own digestive enzymes cannot fully process. Others produce vitamins that your body can use. Some help train the immune system, teaching it to recognize the difference between helpful visitors and harmful ones. Many simply help keep the entire digestive world in balance. It is less like a battlefield and much more like a carefully tended garden. You drift beside one friendly bacterium. Its shape is simple, tiny, graceful. It quietly feeds on fibers from fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and many other nourishing foods. As it does, it creates small molecules called short-chain fatty acids. These tiny nutrients become an important source of energy for the cells lining your intestine. Even your microscopic neighbors find ways to care for you. Nearby, another group of bacteria is busy producing vitamin K, a nutrient that quietly helps your blood clot when needed. Others contribute to the production of certain B vitamins, supporting countless chemical reactions throughout the body. It is remarkable to think that so much helpful work comes from companions we rarely notice. The relationship is beautifully balanced. Your body provides them with a warm, comfortable home. In return, they help support digestion, nutrition, and overall health. Neither side asks for praise. Both simply continue their quiet partnership. Scientists sometimes describe this relationship as symbiosis, two different forms of life helping one another, living peacefully together. You continue floating through this hidden community. Everything feels calm. Noisy images of germs and illness fade away, because most of the microbes you encounter here are not enemies at all. They are longtime companions. Many have lived alongside humans for countless generations, helping us digest, grow, and thrive. You pause near the lining of the intestine, where tiny immune cells quietly observe the bustling microscopic world. They remain relaxed, comfortable. They recognize these familiar neighbors, knowing they belong. It is another beautiful lesson in balance. Health is not about eliminating every tiny organism. It is about living in harmony with those that help us. As you drift onward, you notice that the environment slowly begins to change. The winding passages become a little wider. The pace of digestion grows even slower. Soon, the nutrients that could be absorbed have already entered the bloodstream. Ahead lies another important chapter of the digestive journey, the large intestine, where water is gently reclaimed, minerals are carefully balanced, and the final stages of digestion quietly unfold. But before you continue, take one more slow breath. Imagine this invisible community continuing its peaceful work, hour after hour, day after day, without asking for recognition, quietly supporting your body. Even while you sleep, there is something deeply comforting about knowing that life exists within life, that countless tiny companions help make every ordinary day possible. Rest with that thought for a moment. Feel the gentle rhythm of your breathing and allow yourself to drift even deeper into calm, comfortable, dream-filled sleep. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Feel your body becoming wonderfully still, your mind growing quieter. As the gentle currents of the digestive system continue their patient work, a new destination begins to appear. It is calm, steady, and quietly powerful. Welcome to the liver. From the outside, the liver may seem like just another organ, but from where you are floating tonight, it feels like an entire city, a city that never truly sleeps, a place where millions of tiny workers quietly organize, store, recycle, protect, and prepare everything the body needs. The liver is the largest solid organ inside the human body, resting peacefully beneath the right side of your ribs. In an adult, it weighs about 1.5 kilograms. Yet despite its size, it performs more than 500 different tasks. Every hour, every minute, every second, without asking for attention. As you drift closer, you notice that the liver is divided into thousands of tiny neighborhoods. These are called lobules, each one shaped like a tiny hexagon, almost like a perfectly planned little village. At the center of every lobule, a small vein quietly collects blood. Around it, countless liver cells, known as hepatocytes, work together with remarkable harmony. You gently float into one of these peaceful neighborhoods. The atmosphere is calm, warm, and softly illuminated. Tiny rivers of blood move slowly through delicate channels called sinusoids. Unlike the fast-flowing blood you encountered near the heart, everything here moves at a relaxed pace, giving the liver time to carefully examine everything that passes through. Nutrients arriving from the small intestine begin flowing into the lobule. Simple sugars, amino acids, vitamins, minerals, healthy fats. The liver quietly greets them all. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is ignored. Some nutrients are sent immediately into the bloodstream, ready to nourish muscles, the brain, or other organs. Others are carefully stored for later. Glucose, one of the body's favorite sources of energy, may be gently linked together into glycogen, a natural storage form that waits patiently until energy is needed again. It is a little like filling a quiet pantry before winter, preparing today For tomorrow, nearby, you notice another remarkable task unfolding. The liver carefully filters substances carried in from the digestive system. Many are completely harmless. Some simply need to be transformed before the body can use them. Others are gently broken down, making them easier to remove later. It is less like a factory and more like an expert librarian, carefully sorting every arrival, placing each item exactly where it belongs. Scattered among the flowing blood, you discover special immune cells called Kupfer cells. They rest quietly along the walls of the tiny channels, watching everything that passes. Most of the time, their work is peaceful, removing old red blood cells, clearing tiny bits of debris, helping keep the bloodstream clean. Like gentle caretakers, they rarely need to hurry. Another quiet act of protection, happening every moment. Without your awareness, the liver also produces bile, a beautiful golden green liquid, stored nearby in the gallbladder until it is needed. Later, when a meal containing fat reaches the intestine, the bile will help break large droplets into much smaller ones, making digestion easier. Even before tomorrow's breakfast arrives, the liver is already preparing. You pause for a moment, simply watching the peaceful activity around you. Millions of hepatocytes, tiny rivers of blood, quiet guardians, gentle storage rooms, everything working together, not with urgency, but with calm precision. There is something deeply reassuring about this place. Even while you rest, even while you dream, your liver continues its faithful work, balancing nutrients, supporting digestion, helping maintain the delicate chemistry that keeps every cell alive. It never asks you to remember. It simply continues, hour after hour, night after night. As your breathing grows slower, the soft current begins carrying you toward a small pear-shaped companion resting beneath the liver. Quiet, patient, always waiting for just the right moment. The gallbladder. Soon, you will discover how this modest little organ carefully stores one of the liver's most useful creations. Until then, simply float through the peaceful city of the liver. Feel the calm rhythm surrounding you, and allow the quiet wisdom of this remarkable organ to carry you even deeper into peaceful sleep. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Feel your body becoming wonderfully still, your breathing gentle, your thoughts drifting farther into the quiet. As you leave the peaceful city of the liver, you notice a small, graceful structure resting just beneath it. It is not large, only about the size of a small pear, yet it performs its quiet task with remarkable patience. Welcome to the gallbladder. From your tiny point of view, it resembles a peaceful reservoir, nestled safely beneath the great landscape of the liver. Its smooth green walls curve gently around a calm, golden liquid. Everything here feels still, almost as though time itself has slowed. The liquid surrounding you is bile, a remarkable fluid created by the liver. Throughout the day and night, the liver quietly produces bile, drop by drop, sending it here for safekeeping. The gallbladder does not create bile. Instead, it patiently stores it, waiting for exactly the right moment. There is something quietly beautiful about that. Not every important part of the body must constantly act. Some serve by waiting, by preparing, by being ready when they are needed. The gallbladder is one of those quiet helpers. You drift closer to the shimmering liquid, Its color ranges from golden yellow to deep olive green. Within it are tiny molecules called bile salts. Their task is wonderfully elegant. When fats arrive from a meal, these bile salts gently surround each tiny droplet of fat, breaking one large droplet into thousands of much smaller ones. It is a little like watching a large raindrop become a fine morning mist. The smaller the droplets become, the easier they are for digestive enzymes to reach. Without bile, digesting healthy fats would be far more difficult. Your body would struggle to absorb important nutrients, including vitamins A, D, E, and K. The gallbladder quietly helps make all of this possible, without ever drawing attention to itself. As you float through this peaceful chamber, you notice that the walls are gently absorbing water from the stored bile. This makes the liquid more concentrated, more powerful, ready for the moment when it will be needed. It is another quiet example of efficiency. Nothing is hurried. Nothing is wasted. Everything is prepared in advance. Time passes peacefully. Then, far away, a gentle signal arrives. Not a loud alarm, only a soft chemical message. A meal containing healthy fats has entered the small intestine. Perhaps creamy yogurt, a handful of nuts, a slice of avocado, or a drizzle of olive oil. The digestive system quietly communicates. The gallbladder understands. Its smooth muscular walls begin to contract. Slowly, gracefully, the concentrated bile begins flowing into a narrow passage called the bile duct. You follow the golden stream. It travels calmly through the delicate channel until it reaches the small intestine. There, the bile gently mixes with the food, surrounding tiny droplets of fat, helping digestive enzymes continue their patient work. There is no force, no drama, only quiet cooperation. The liver creates, the gallbladder stores, the intestine receives, each organ trusting the others completely. Together, they accomplish something none could do alone. You pause, watching this beautiful partnership unfold. It reminds you once again that the human body is less like a collection of separate parts and more like a peaceful community, every organ supporting the next, every system quietly helping another. The gallbladder may spend many hours simply waiting, yet when its moment arrives, it responds with perfect timing. There is wisdom in that. Sometimes, the most valuable work is not constant activity, but quiet readiness. As the last of the bile gently enters the intestine, the gallbladder relaxes once more, its work complete. For now, soon, the liver will begin sending fresh bile again, patiently refilling this peaceful reservoir, preparing for another meal, another ordinary day, another quiet act of care. Take one more slow breath. Feel your own body resting comfortably, knowing that even now, countless unseen partnerships continue inside you, working together in perfect harmony, without asking for recognition. Ahead, another remarkable organ quietly waits, one that creates powerful digestive enzymes and also helps keep the body's blood sugar in gentle balance. The pancreas. Soon, we will continue our peaceful journey there. But for now, simply drift, wrapped in the calm silence of this hidden reservoir, and let each gentle breath carry you deeper and deeper into restful sleep. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Feel your body becoming heavier, more comfortable, as the quiet currents of digestion continue their timeless work. The gentle stream of bile slowly disappears behind you. Ahead, nestled quietly beside the stomach, lies another remarkable helper, one that rarely asks for attention, yet quietly supports almost every meal you have ever eaten. Welcome to the pancreas. From where you are floating, the pancreas looks like a long, graceful leaf, resting peacefully across the back of the upper abdomen. It stretches softly from the curve of the small intestine toward the spleen, hidden from view, protected deep within the body, content to work quietly behind the scenes, although it is only about 15 centimeters long. Its responsibilities are extraordinary. The pancreas performs two very different jobs. One helps digest food. The other helps keep the body's energy in perfect balance. It is both a careful chef and a patient guardian. You drift toward the outer part of the pancreas, where thousands of tiny clusters of cells quietly produce digestive juices. These clusters are called acini. From your tiny perspective, they resemble little orchards, each filled with hardworking cells. Every day, these tiny factories create more than a liter of clear digestive fluid, rich with remarkable enzymes. Yet the enzymes are produced in a safe, inactive form. The pancreas wisely keeps them asleep until they reach the small intestine. Only there, far from the delicate pancreatic tissue, do they gently awaken, ready to begin their careful work. It is another beautiful example of the body's quiet wisdom. Preparation first. Action only when the moment is right. As you follow the gentle flow through tiny pancreatic ducts, the clear fluid joins together into a larger passage, slowly making its way toward the small intestine. Within it travel several remarkable enzymes. Amylase continues breaking down carbohydrates into simple sugars. Lipase gently separates fats into tiny fatty acids and glycerol. Proteases quietly divide proteins into smaller amino acids. Each enzyme has only one task. None tries to do everything. Yet together, they unlock the nourishment hidden inside every meal. The pancreas also sends bicarbonate into the intestine, a gentle alkaline solution. Its purpose is simple: to soften the strong acidity arriving from the stomach, creating a calm environment where digestive enzymes can work comfortably. Without this careful balance, digestion would become far more difficult. Even chemistry inside the body feels peaceful tonight. As you continue floating, the landscape begins to change. Ahead, you notice small islands of cells, scattered like tiny green oases across a quiet sea. These are the islets of Langerhans. Though they make up only a small part of the pancreas, their influence reaches every cell in the body. You drift gently toward one island. Everything here feels calm. The cells communicate silently, through tiny chemical messages. Among them, beta cells quietly release a remarkable hormone called insulin. After a meal, as glucose begins entering the bloodstream, these cells gently notice the change. Without hurry, they release just the right amount of insulin. Not too much, not too little. Insulin acts almost like a tiny golden key, helping glucose move from the bloodstream into cells, where it can be used for energy or stored for later. Nearby, alpha cells quietly produce another hormone, glucagon. Its role is equally important. When blood sugar falls during the hours between meals, glucagon gently signals the liver, inviting it to release some of its stored glycogen. turning it back into glucose. So the body always has enough energy. One hormone gently stores, the other gently releases. Neither competes with the other. They simply maintain balance, like day and night, high tide and low tide, breathing in and breathing out. Everything inside the pancreas speaks the language of harmony. You pause, watching these tiny islands quietly protect the body's energy, not with dramatic movements, but through constant, patient adjustment. Every second, they measure, respond, and restore balance. Most of us never notice this remarkable conversation, yet it has accompanied us every day of our lives. Even now, while you rest beneath your blanket, these tiny islands continue their quiet work, helping every cell receive the energy it needs, helping the brain, the muscles, the heart, and every organ remain in gentle balance. The body truly is a masterpiece of quiet cooperation. Take another slow breath. Feel your own body resting peacefully, knowing that countless tiny guardians continue working on your behalf, without asking for thanks. Ahead, the gentle current begins to lead you toward another extraordinary pair of organs, resting silently beneath the ribs, patiently filtering the blood, balancing water, minerals, and countless tiny molecules, the kidneys. Soon, we will begin exploring these remarkable natural filters. But for now, simply drift, wrapped in the quiet rhythm of this hidden organ, and allow yourself to sink even deeper into peaceful, dream-filled sleep. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Feel the gentle rise of your chest, then the soft and quiet fall. The peaceful currents carrying you through the pancreas slowly fade into the distance. Ahead, two remarkable companions quietly wait, hidden beneath the lower ribs, one on each side of your spine. Silent, patient, always working. Welcome to the kidneys. From your tiny perspective, each kidney resembles a smooth, curved hillside. Soft shades of deep crimson and warm chestnut glow beneath a gentle golden light. Everything here feels calm. There is no rush, only the steady rhythm of quiet purpose. Although each kidney is only about the size of a human fist, together they perform one of the body's most extraordinary balancing acts. Every single day, nearly 180 liters of fluid pass through these remarkable organs. Yet almost all of that precious water is carefully returned to the body. Only a small amount eventually leaves as urine. Nothing is wasted. Everything is thoughtfully considered. You drift toward the outer surface of one kidney, passing through a thin protective covering. Inside, the landscape becomes even more beautiful. Countless tiny pathways branch in every direction, like peaceful rivers flowing through a mountain valley. These pathways lead to the kidney's smallest working units, the nephrons. There are about 1 million nephrons inside each kidney. Together, they quietly examine every drop of blood that passes through. No conversation, no confusion, only patient observation. Each nephron performs the same remarkable task, again and again, day and night. As you float closer, you arrive at a tiny round structure. It resembles a delicate glass sphere, wrapped in an intricate network of tiny blood vessels. This is the glomerulus, the beginning of every nephron. Blood enters gently through a small artery, flowing through an elegant bundle of microscopic capillaries. The pressure here is just enough, not too strong, not too weak. Tiny molecules, water, salts, glucose, and other small substances quietly pass through the delicate filter, entering a small cup-shaped chamber called Bowman's capsule. Larger structures, like blood cells and important proteins, remain safely inside the bloodstream. The filter is astonishingly selective, allowing only what should pass, while protecting everything that should remain. It is less like a simple sieve and more like a wise librarian, carefully deciding what may continue. You follow the newly filtered fluid, beginning its long journey through the nephron. The pathway gently twists and curves, like a peaceful woodland trail. Along the way, the body quietly reclaims what it still needs: fresh water, glucose, helpful minerals, important salts. One by one, they are carefully returned to nearby blood vessels. Nothing useful is allowed to drift away without purpose. At the same time, certain waste products are gently added into the flowing fluid, preparing them for their final journey out of the body. The kidneys are not simply removing waste. They are constantly creating balance. Too much water, a little is released. Too little water, more is carefully saved. The same gentle adjustments happen with sodium, potassium, calcium, and many other important minerals. Every decision is quiet, precise, and wonderfully patient. You continue drifting through the winding tubules. The surroundings feel peaceful. Tiny cells line the walls, each quietly performing its own task. Some specialize in returning water. Others carefully move minerals. Still others help maintain the body's delicate acid and alkaline balance. No single cell carries the entire responsibility. Together, they create perfect harmony. It is remarkable to realize that these tiny adjustments happen every moment of every day without your awareness. Even while you sleep, your kidneys continue their gentle conversation with the bloodstream, always asking, what should stay? What should go? What does the body need right now? As your journey continues, the filtered fluid slowly becomes more concentrated, its path leading toward larger collecting ducts, where countless tiny streams gently join together. Eventually, they will form the urine, beginning another quiet journey toward the bladder. But for now, you simply pause, listening to the peaceful flow surrounding you, watching millions of tiny nephrons quietly working side by side, like countless gardeners tending a beautiful landscape, never rushing, never resting, only caring. Take another slow breath. Feel the comfort of knowing that these faithful filters have been protecting your body every second of your life, keeping balance, preserving precious water, and quietly caring for you without ever asking for recognition. Soon, we will travel even deeper, exploring the millions of microscopic filters themselves, and discovering how each tiny nephron performs its extraordinary work with astonishing precision. Until then, simply drift, carried by the gentle rivers of the kidneys, and allow yourself to sink ever deeper into peaceful sleep. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Feel your body resting safely, your breathing slow, your mind calm. The gentle rivers inside the kidneys continue flowing beside you. Soft, steady, unhurried. You drift deeper into this remarkable landscape, where millions of tiny filtering units quietly work together, each one performing the same careful task, each one helping keep your inner world in perfect balance. Earlier, you visited a single nephron. Tonight, you will see the quiet harmony created when millions of them work as one. From above, the kidney now resembles a vast valley, filled with winding silver streams, each stream representing one nephron. Together, they create one of the most elegant filtration systems found anywhere in nature. Every minute, around 1 liter of blood reaches your kidneys, almost 1/5 of all the blood pumped by your heart. Not because the kidneys need that much blood for themselves, but because every drop carries information: water, minerals, nutrients, and tiny waste products. The kidneys quietly examine them all, never becoming overwhelmed, never losing their rhythm. You gently float beside another glomerulus, watching tiny water molecules pass through its delicate filter. Each molecule is unimaginably small, yet together, they create a steady crystal clear stream. The newly filtered fluid begins its peaceful journey through the nephron. Once again, the body quietly decides what should remain and what should continue onward. Nearby, you notice something remarkable: tiny cells carefully measuring the amount of sodium flowing past. Others quietly observe water. Some monitor acidity. Others gently sense blood pressure. The kidneys are not only filters, they are careful observers, constantly listening to the body's needs. Without a single spoken word, information flows everywhere. If the body has lost water after a warm afternoon, the kidneys gently save a little more. If extra water has been enjoyed during the day, they comfortably release a little more. Nothing dramatic, only tiny adjustments, repeated thousands of times, until balance is restored. This quiet ability to adapt is one of the greatest strengths of the human body. As you continue floating, the winding tubules begin descending deeper into the kidney. You enter a long, graceful loop, known as the Loop of Henle. It curves downward, then rises once again, almost like a peaceful mountain trail. This elegant pathway plays a remarkable role, helping the kidneys decide exactly how much water should remain inside the body. As the fluid travels downward, water gently leaves the tubule, returning to the surrounding tissues. As it rises again, certain minerals quietly move across the walls, creating a delicate balance that allows the kidneys to produce either concentrated or diluted urine, depending entirely on what the body needs. It is astonishing to realize that these tiny loops, far too small to see without a microscope, help determine whether you conserve water during a hot summer day or comfortably release extra water after enjoying a refreshing drink. Farther ahead, you enter the collecting ducts. Here, thousands of tiny streams peacefully merge together, like little forest brooks joining a gentle river. Hormones quietly guide the final adjustments. One of them, called antidiuretic hormone, gently tells these ducts whether to reclaim a little more water or allow it to continue its journey. Nothing is left to chance. Everything is carefully measured. You pause, watching millions of tiny filters working side by side. No nephron tries to filter the entire bloodstream alone. Each simply performs its own small responsibility, trusting countless others to do the same. There is something deeply comforting in that quiet cooperation. Sometimes, the greatest achievements come not from one enormous effort, but from millions of tiny acts, repeated faithfully, again and again. The kidneys do more than create urine. They also help control blood pressure, support healthy red blood cell production through a hormone called erythropoietin, and maintain the delicate balance of minerals that allows your nerves, muscles, and heart to work smoothly, even while you sleep. These silent conversations continue. Every heartbeat delivers fresh blood. Every nephron quietly responds. Every tiny adjustment helps keep your remarkable inner world stable. You take another slow breath, feeling grateful for these unseen caretakers, working without applause, without rest, simply because that is their purpose. Ahead, the gentle river begins flowing toward another remarkable landscape, one built not from filters, but from strength, flexible fibers, and powerful movement. The muscles that quietly support every step you take, every smile you share, and every peaceful breath you draw. Soon, we will begin our journey into the living world of muscles. But for now, simply float. Listen to the quiet rivers of the kidneys and allow their calm, steady rhythm to guide you even deeper into restful sleep. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Feel your body becoming comfortably heavy, your arms resting, your legs completely relaxed, your breathing gentle and effortless. The quiet rivers of the kidneys slowly disappear behind you. Ahead, an entirely new landscape begins to appear. It stretches farther than you can see, strong, flexible, and wonderfully alive. Welcome to the world of muscles. When most people think of muscles, they imagine movement, running, walking, lifting, smiling. But tonight, you discover something surprising. Even while you sleep, many of your muscles continue their quiet work, without asking for attention, without disturbing your rest. The human body contains more than 600 muscles. Together, they make up nearly 40% of your body weight. Each one has its own purpose. Some create powerful movements. Others produce delicate expressions. Some help you breathe, while others quietly keep your posture balanced throughout the day. You drift toward a large skeletal muscle. From a distance, it resembles a peaceful valley filled with long silver ropes. As you move closer, those ropes become individual bundles, each bundle made of smaller fibers, each fiber containing even finer threads. It is a beautiful pattern of organization, large structures built from countless tiny pieces, working together as one. You gently land beside a single muscle fiber. It is far longer than you expected, stretching like a smooth river through the landscape. Inside, you discover thousands of delicate strands called myofibrils. These tiny threads are arranged with remarkable precision, giving skeletal muscles their familiar striped appearance under a microscope. Everything feels peaceful, quiet, patient. Then, you notice the smallest movement. Two microscopic proteins, actin and myosin, slowly sliding past one another. Their graceful dance creates every muscle contraction in your body, not with noise, not with force, but through countless tiny steps, repeated over and over again. When your brain sends a signal, millions of these microscopic movements happen together. A finger gently curls, an eyelid blinks, a smile appears, or a foot takes another step. The largest movements begin with the smallest actions. Tonight, most of your skeletal muscles are resting, their work complete for the day, yet they remain ready, patiently waiting for tomorrow. There is comfort in that quiet readiness. Nearby, you notice another kind of muscle, smooth muscle. Unlike skeletal muscle, it does not wait for conscious instructions. It quietly lines your stomach, your intestines, your blood vessels, and many other organs. Even now, as you drift toward deeper sleep, these gentle muscles continue their calm work, guiding digestion, adjusting blood flow, helping every organ perform its quiet tasks. They ask for nothing, yet they never stop caring for you. Far away, you hear another familiar rhythm. Soft, steady, faithful. It is the heart. Its special cardiac muscle continues beating, completely different from every other muscle in the body, never waiting for permission, never asking whether it should continue, only following its own peaceful rhythm. Together, these three kinds of muscle, skeletal, smooth, and cardiac, create one extraordinary partnership, each serving the body in its own quiet way. As you continue floating, tiny blood vessels weave gently between the muscle fibers, delivering fresh oxygen, carrying away carbon dioxide. Nearby, mitochondria quietly create energy, powering every microscopic movement. Nothing here works alone. Every cell supports another. Every system depends upon countless quiet companions. The muscles also remember, not in the way the brain remembers, but through gentle adaptation. Every time you learn a new skill, practice an instrument, ride a bicycle, or simply walk, your muscles become a little more efficient, working together with your nervous system, building what we often call muscle memory. It is another quiet gift, the body learning through repetition, improving without demanding attention. As the night grows deeper, your muscles become softer, their activity gently slowing. Only those needed for breathing, circulation, and quiet balance continue their faithful work. The rest enjoy a well-earned moment of recovery. Tiny repairs begin. Fresh proteins are assembled. Small tears from the day's activities are carefully restored. Tomorrow, your muscles will awaken just a little stronger, just a little more prepared, simply because they were given time to rest. You pause for one final moment, looking across this peaceful landscape of living fibers. Strong, flexible, patient, always ready to serve. There is something deeply reassuring about knowing that even in complete stillness, your body continues quietly rebuilding itself. Ahead, another extraordinary world patiently waits, a place of remarkable strength and silent support. The ancient framework that has protected you since before your first steps, your bones. Soon, we will begin exploring the peaceful architecture of the human skeleton. But for now, simply drift, wrapped in the calm strength of these resting muscles, and allow yourself to sink ever deeper into peaceful sleep. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Feel the gentle weight of your body resting against the bed, supported completely, safe, comfortable. As the quiet landscape of the muscles slowly fades behind you, a new world begins to appear, one built not from soft fibers, but from graceful arches, strong pillars, and elegant bridges. Welcome to the remarkable world of your skeleton. From the outside, bones may seem still, silent, almost lifeless, but tonight, you discover a very different story. From where you are floating, each bone feels like an ancient mountain, calm, steady, patient, quietly supporting everything around it. The average adult human body contains 206 bones. Together, they create an extraordinary framework, protecting delicate organs, providing places for muscles to attach, helping store important minerals, and quietly producing new blood cells deep within their hidden centers. Every step you have ever taken, every embrace, every smile, every peaceful night's sleep has depended on this silent architecture. You gently approach one of the long bones in the leg, perhaps the femur, the strongest bone in the human body. From nearby, its surface appears smooth and gently curved, strong enough to support many times the weight of the body, yet surprisingly light. Nature has mastered the balance between strength and efficiency. Nothing unnecessary, nothing wasted. You drift toward the outer layer, known as compact bone. It resembles polished stone, solid, dense, beautifully organized. Look closer, and you begin to notice countless tiny circular patterns. These are called osteons, the basic building blocks of compact bone. Each osteon surrounds a tiny central canal, where delicate blood vessels quietly deliver oxygen and nutrients. Even the hardest bone remains alive, constantly nourished, constantly cared for. Scattered throughout the bone, you discover tiny chambers, each home to a quiet resident called an osteocyte. These remarkable bone cells rest peacefully within their little spaces, connected to one another through microscopic channels, almost like neighbors exchanging quiet messages through hidden pathways. Though they rarely move, they are always aware, always helping maintain the strength of the bone around them. The skeleton is not frozen, it is quietly alive. As you travel deeper, the landscape begins to change. The solid outer wall gradually gives way to an intricate network of delicate beams. This is spongy bone. Despite its name, it is wonderfully strong. Its graceful lattice resembles the inside of a honeycomb, or the elegant framework of a great cathedral. The open spaces reduce weight, while preserving remarkable strength. Every beam has been carefully placed, following the natural lines of pressure created by walking, standing, and moving. It is one of nature's finest examples of intelligent design through evolution. Nothing here exists by accident. You pause, watching tiny blood vessels weave gently through this beautiful framework. The quiet flow of nutrients continues, every cell receiving exactly what it needs. Nearby, special bone-building cells called osteoblasts patiently create fresh bone tissue. Not far away, another group, known as osteoclasts, carefully removes tiny amounts of older bone. At first, this may seem surprising. Why would the body quietly remove healthy bone? The answer is beautifully simple. Because bones are constantly renewing themselves. Throughout your life, tiny areas are gently replaced, again and again, keeping the skeleton strong, repairing microscopic damage before it ever becomes a problem. It is less like repairing an old building and more like tending a living garden, always growing, always renewing, always adapting. You realize that even now, as you lie peacefully asleep, this quiet remodeling continues, without effort, without noise, without your awareness. Your skeleton is quietly preparing itself for tomorrow, for next week, for years still to come. Far ahead, Within the soft center of many bones, a warm crimson glow begins to appear. Hidden inside this protected world lies another remarkable place, a living nursery, where millions of new blood cells are born every second. The bone marrow. Soon, we will enter this extraordinary hidden sanctuary, where life quietly begins again and again. But for now, simply rest among these silent pillars. Feel the calm strength surrounding you, and allow the quiet wisdom of your living skeleton to carry you, deeper still, into peaceful, dream-filled sleep. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Feel the gentle rhythm of your breathing. Calm, steady, effortless. The strong outer walls of the bones slowly fade behind you. As you drift deeper into its hidden center, the quiet landscape changes completely. The cool strength of mineral-rich bone gives way to something warm, soft, and full of quiet life. Welcome to the bone marrow. From your tiny perspective, it feels like entering a peaceful garden at dawn. Everything glows with a gentle crimson light. Delicate blood vessels weave through the landscape, like winding streams across a fertile valley. Soft tissues surround you, sheltering one of the most remarkable places in the human body. This is where new blood begins. Every second, your body creates millions of fresh blood cells. Not every hour, not every minute, every single second. While you are awake, while you are asleep, even while you dream, the quiet work never stops. You drift toward a tiny cluster of extraordinary cells. They appear calm, almost ordinary, yet they hold remarkable potential. These are hematopoietic stem cells, the master builders of the bloodstream. Each one has the ability to become many different kinds of blood cells. A red blood cell carrying oxygen, a white blood cell protecting the body, or a platelet helping repair tiny injuries. They begin as one simple cell, then quietly choose their path, like young trees growing into different shapes, each following its own purpose. Nearby, you watch one young stem cell begin its journey. It divides gently, creating two new cells. One remains a stem cell, ready to continue the quiet work of renewal. The other begins to change, slowly, patiently, receiving tiny chemical signals that guide its future. Nothing is rushed. Every stage happens with remarkable care. As you continue floating, you notice rows of developing red blood cells. At first, they are large, each containing a nucleus. But as they mature, something extraordinary happens. They gradually remove their nucleus, making more room for hemoglobin, the remarkable protein that will soon carry oxygen throughout the body. Once fully grown, these young red blood cells gently enter nearby blood vessels, beginning the long journeys you witnessed earlier in the bloodstream. Every day, your body produces around 200 billion new red blood cells, replacing older ones that have faithfully completed their work. It is a quiet cycle of renewal, without beginning, without end. Not far away, another neighborhood is filled with developing white blood cells, each one preparing for its future role. Some will quietly patrol the bloodstream. Others will travel into tissues, helping protect the body. Still others will learn to remember past infections, supporting the remarkable memory of the immune system. Nearby, you discover something truly enormous. A gigantic cell, far larger than almost everything else around it. This is a megakaryocyte, one of the largest cells found inside the bone marrow. Rather than traveling through the bloodstream itself, it remains here, patiently releasing thousands of tiny platelets, each one drifting gently into nearby blood vessels, ready to help repair the body whenever needed. You pause, watching this peaceful nursery at work. Every moment, millions of new cells quietly begin their lives. Others gently leave, ready to serve the body. There is no celebration, no announcement, only quiet purpose. The bone marrow is like a hidden sunrise, constantly bringing forth new life, without ever drawing attention to itself. As you continue drifting, you notice countless tiny chemical messengers flowing through the marrow. Some gently encourage new blood cell production. Others signal when enough cells have already been made. Everything is carefully balanced, never creating too many, never too few. One remarkable messenger, called erythropoietin, often arrives from the kidneys. When the body needs more oxygen-carrying cells, it quietly whispers its message. The bone marrow listens and begins producing more red blood cells. It is another beautiful conversation, taking place without words, between organs separated by great distances, yet working together as though they are neighbors. You realize, once again, that nothing inside the human body truly works alone. The kidneys speak to the bone marrow. The bone marrow supports the bloodstream. The bloodstream nourishes every organ. Every system quietly depends upon another, like stars connected across a peaceful night sky. As your breathing grows even slower, the warm crimson light begins to soften. Ahead, a long silver pathway quietly appears. It stretches upward, protected by a remarkable tower of living bone. The spine, within it, countless delicate nerves patiently wait, ready to carry messages throughout the entire body. Soon, our peaceful journey will continue there, exploring the silent highway that connects the brain to every corner of your remarkable inner world. But for now, simply rest within this hidden nursery, surrounded by quiet renewal, gentle beginnings, and the comforting knowledge that even while you sleep, millions of tiny new lives begin. Inside you, every second, every heartbeat, every peaceful breath. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Feel the gentle rise of your chest, then the quiet fall. The warm glow of the bone marrow slowly fades behind you. Ahead, a long and graceful pathway stretches into the distance. Strong, flexible, and wonderfully alive. Welcome to the spine. From your tiny perspective, it rises like the ancient backbone of a peaceful mountain range. 33 carefully stacked bones, known as vertebrae, stand one above another, creating a graceful column that supports your body every moment of your life. Each vertebra fits perfectly with the next, not tightly locked, but gently connected, allowing strength, stability, and just enough movement. Together, they create one of the body's most remarkable architectural achievements. You begin walking along this quiet pathway. The surface beneath your feet feels smooth, solid, comforting. Everything here has been carefully designed. Between each pair of vertebrae, you notice soft cushions, round, flexible, almost like tiny pillows. These are the intervertebral discs. Each one acts as a gentle shock absorber. Every step you take, every jump, every bend, these quiet cushions soften the movement, protecting the delicate structures hidden inside. Without them, even simple motions would feel harsh. Yet they perform their work so quietly that most of us never think about them. As you continue, the path gently curves, not perfectly straight, but shaped into graceful natural arches. One curve supports the neck, another the upper back, another the lower back. These elegant curves help distribute weight, maintain balance, and allow the body to move with surprising ease. Nature often chooses gentle curves rather than rigid lines, because curves carry strength with quiet efficiency. You pause, looking upward. The entire column feels both ancient and alive. Every vertebra carefully supports those above, while resting gently upon those below. No single bone bears the entire burden. The responsibility is shared, a quiet lesson in cooperation, hidden inside the very structure of the body. As you drift closer, you notice a large protected tunnel running through the center of every vertebra. This passage forms the spinal canal. Within it lies one of the body's greatest treasures, the spinal cord, wrapped safely inside layers of protective tissue. Bathed in clear cerebrospinal fluid, it rests peacefully, like a shining silver river flowing through the heart of the mountain. The bones surrounding it act like strong castle walls, quietly guarding this delicate pathway every second of your life. You gently step inside the canal. Everything feels surprisingly calm. The fluid around you cushions every movement, protecting the spinal cord from sudden jolts. Even when you walk, run, or gently turn your head, this remarkable highway remains safe, secure, and beautifully supported. Tiny nerves begin branching outward from both sides of the spinal cord, like graceful tree branches reaching into a peaceful forest. 31 pairs of spinal nerves leave the spine, traveling toward every corner of the body. Some carry information from the skin, others guide muscles. Some quietly report the position of your joints. Others help control organs you rarely think about. Every message follows its own pathway, never becoming lost, never arriving at the wrong destination. You imagine each nerve impulse as a tiny spark of golden light, moving silently through these delicate pathways, not with sound, but with gentle electrical signals. In less than the blink of an eye, messages travel from your fingertips to your brain, from your brain to your feet, again and again, thousands of times every second. The speed is astonishing. Yet tonight, everything feels wonderfully slow, peaceful, easy to follow. Nearby, strong ligaments gently connect one vertebra to another, holding the entire column together, while nearby muscles quietly provide support. Nothing works alone. Every bone, every ligament, every muscle, every nerve depends upon countless quiet companions. As you continue your peaceful walk, the silver pathway stretches onward, leading gently upward toward the most extraordinary destination of all, the brain, the quiet universe where memories are formed. Dreams unfold, thoughts appear, and consciousness itself gently awakens each morning. Soon, we will begin exploring that remarkable landscape. But before we arrive, we will first travel alongside one of the body's greatest communication networks, the nervous system, where billions of tiny signals flow silently, connecting every heartbeat, every breath, every movement, and every dream. Take one more slow breath. Feel your own spine resting comfortably against the bed. Strong, flexible, patient, supporting you without asking for thanks. Then simply drift, following the quiet silver pathway, higher and higher, toward the peaceful light ahead. As sleep gently carries you, ever deeper, take another slow, peaceful breath. Feel your body resting completely, your breathing soft, your thoughts becoming lighter. The quiet pathway of the spine gently leads you onward, until, almost without noticing, you arrive at one of the most extraordinary networks in all of nature, the nervous system. From your tiny perspective, it does not resemble wires or machines. Instead, it feels like an endless forest of shimmering silver branches. Soft golden lights travel quietly through every pathway, like fireflies drifting through a peaceful night. There is no noise, no confusion, only gentle communication, flowing endlessly from one place to another. The nervous system is the body's great messenger. It connects every organ, every muscle, every fingertip, every heartbeat, every breath, and every quiet thought. Without it, the body would still have its remarkable organs, but they would no longer know how to work together. Every message would simply fade into silence. You begin walking along one shining pathway. It stretches farther than the eye can see. Soon, you realize that this single pathway is actually a nerve, one of billions spread throughout the body. A nerve is not just one thread. It is a bundle containing hundreds, sometimes thousands, of individual nerve fibers, each carrying its own quiet conversation. Some messages travel toward the brain, bringing news from the outside world, the warmth of sunlight, the softness of a blanket, the cool touch of evening air. Other messages travel away from the brain, gently guiding muscles, adjusting the heartbeat, or telling the lungs when to take the next peaceful breath. The conversations never stop, even while you sleep. Nearby, a tiny spark of light suddenly appears. It glides silently along one of the nerve fibers. Smooth, graceful, effortless. This is a nerve impulse, an electrical signal. Though electricity may sound fast and noisy, here it feels calm, almost magical. The tiny spark moves steadily forward, without hesitation, its path carefully protected by a remarkable covering called myelin. From where you float, the myelin resembles smooth white pearls, lined up one after another, along the length of the nerve. These gentle coverings allow the signal to travel much more quickly, not by struggling through every tiny step, but by quietly leaping from one small gap to the next. The journey becomes graceful, efficient, elegant. Nature often finds beautiful solutions through simplicity. You continue following the golden spark, passing countless neighboring fibers, each carrying its own peaceful message. Some guide the muscles of the face, helping create a smile. Others quietly report the position of your feet, allowing you to walk without watching every step. Still others carry signals from the stomach, the heart, or the lungs, helping the brain understand how the body is feeling. Most of these conversations happen far beneath conscious awareness. The body quietly keeps itself informed. Every second, every minute, every day, as you drift farther into the forest, you notice that not all messages travel at the same speed. Some race along at over 100 meters every second. Others move more slowly, patiently carrying gentle signals of warmth, comfort, or peaceful touch. Every message travels at exactly the speed it needs. Nothing here feels rushed. Everything feels balanced. Nearby, you discover another remarkable group of helpers, tiny supporting cells called glial cells. For many years, scientists believed these quiet companions simply held the nervous system together. Today, we know they do much more. They nourish neurons, protect delicate pathways, remove tiny bits of waste, and help maintain the remarkable environment where thoughts and memories can flourish. Like quiet gardeners, they care for the forest. Without ever asking to stand in the sunlight, you pause, watching countless sparks of golden light drift silently through the branches. No message becomes lost. No pathway forgets its destination. The entire network feels alive, yet deeply peaceful. It is comforting to realize that even while your conscious mind slowly drifts toward dreams, this extraordinary communication continues. Your heart still receives its gentle rhythm. Your lungs still know when to breathe. Your kidneys continue filtering. Your liver continues its quiet work. Every organ remains connected. Every system quietly listening to the others. The nervous system is not merely a collection of nerves. It is a living conversation, one that has been flowing since before your first memory, and will continue through every peaceful night. Ahead, the silver forest grows even brighter. The pathways become more intricate, more beautiful, more mysterious. Soon, you will meet the remarkable cells that make every thought, every memory, every dream possible, the neurons themselves. Until then, simply drift, surrounded by gentle golden lights, wrapped in the quiet conversation of your remarkable inner world, and allow yourself to sink even deeper into peaceful sleep. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Feel your body becoming wonderfully still, your breathing soft and steady. The shimmering forest of nerves slowly becomes quieter, until one graceful pathway begins to glow a little brighter than all the others. You gently drift toward it. Welcome to a single neuron, one of the most remarkable cells in the human body. From where you are floating, it resembles a magnificent ancient tree, its branches stretching in every direction, delicate, elegant, and full of quiet life. Each branch reaches outward, patiently listening for tiny messages arriving from neighboring cells. These graceful branches are called dendrites. They are the listening arms of the neuron. Thousands of gentle signals arrive here every second, not all at once, not chaotically, but like soft raindrops falling onto the leaves of a peaceful forest. Some signals whisper, "Continue." Others gently suggest, "Wait." The neuron quietly considers them all. Without hurry, without confusion, you drift toward the center of the neuron, the cell body. Warm golden light fills this peaceful place. Inside rests the nucleus, carefully protecting the complete genetic instructions for the life of the cell. Around it, tiny mitochondria quietly create energy. Small factories build important proteins. Every structure works together, supporting one remarkable purpose: communication. Soon, a tiny spark of light appears. Very small, almost like the first star appearing in the evening sky. It gathers quietly at a special place called the axon hillock. This is where the neuron decides: should the message continue? Or should it simply fade away? When enough gentle signals have arrived together, the answer becomes yes. The tiny spark awakens. With perfect grace, it begins its journey. You decide to follow it. The spark enters the axon, a long, slender pathway stretching far into the distance. Some axons are only a fraction of a millimeter long. Others, especially those reaching from the spine to the feet, can stretch nearly a full meter. Yet every one performs the same quiet task, carrying information onward. As you travel beside the glowing impulse, you notice the familiar white coverings surrounding the axon. These are the myelin sheaths you encountered earlier. Smooth, protective, beautifully arranged. Between each section lies a tiny opening, known as a node of Ranvier. Rather than slowly sliding along every millimeter, the electrical impulse performs something extraordinary. It gently leaps from one node to the next, then the next, almost like a graceful deer crossing a peaceful stream. Scientists call this saltatory conduction, but tonight, it simply feels elegant. Each leap makes the journey faster, while using less energy. Nature once again choosing beauty through efficiency. The spark glides onward, past countless neighboring neurons, every one carrying its own quiet conversation. No collisions, no confusion. Each message knows exactly where it belongs. At last, the axon begins dividing into many tiny branches, each ending in a delicate bulb. These are the axon terminals, the final stop on this particular journey. Ahead, another neuron patiently waits, separated by a microscopic space, so incredibly small that thousands of these gaps could fit across the width of a single human hair. This tiny space is called the synapse. Although the neurons never actually touch, their conversation continues. The electrical signal gently arrives at the terminal. Then something beautiful happens. Tiny bubbles called vesicles quietly open, releasing microscopic messenger molecules. These chemical messengers, known as neurotransmitters, drift peacefully across the tiny gap, like little boats crossing a calm river. On the far side, special receptors patiently welcome them, almost like tiny locks waiting for exactly the right key. The message continues. One neuron has quietly spoken to another. No words, no sound, only chemistry, electricity, and extraordinary precision. This silent conversation happens trillions of times every single day, helping you remember a familiar face, recognize a favorite song, move a finger, take a breath, or simply dream. You pause, watching the endless network around you, billions of neurons, connected through hundreds of trillions of synapses, creating one of the most complex systems known in the universe. Yet from here, everything feels wonderfully peaceful. Nothing is hurried. Nothing feels overwhelming. Only gentle conversations, quietly flowing from one cell to the next. As your own thoughts become softer, the golden sparks seem slower now, almost dreamlike. Soon, the pathways ahead grow brighter, wider, more magnificent. You are approaching the greatest destination of your entire journey. The brain, a universe of memories, imagination, learning, and peaceful dreams. The place where every chapter of tonight's adventure quietly comes together. Take one more slow breath. Follow the last glowing spark across the tiny synapse, and allow yourself to drift gently onward toward the peaceful landscape of the sleeping brain. Take one slow, peaceful breath. Feel the air gently enter your lungs, then quietly drift away. The final glowing spark crosses the tiny synapse, and suddenly, the landscape opens before you. You have arrived at the most extraordinary place in the human body, the brain. From your tiny perspective, it feels less like an organ and more like an entire universe. Rolling hills of soft silver and gentle gold stretch toward every horizon. Countless glowing pathways weave through the landscape, like rivers of starlight flowing across a peaceful night sky. Everything feels alive, yet deeply calm. The average adult brain weighs only about 1.5 kilograms, small enough to rest comfortably between your hands. Yet within it live around 86 billion neurons, each quietly connected to thousands of others. Together, they form hundreds of trillions of tiny conversations. Every second, every moment, every day of your life, you drift slowly above the gently folded surface. The soft ridges and valleys beneath you are called gyri and sulci. These graceful folds are one of nature's most elegant solutions. By folding itself, the brain creates far more surface area than a smooth shape ever could, allowing billions of neurons to fit safely inside the skull. It is like carefully folding an enormous map, so it can rest inside a small pocket. Every curve has a purpose. Every fold quietly increases possibility. You float toward the outer layer, the cerebral cortex, a thin sheet of gray tissue, only a few millimeters thick, yet responsible for many of the experiences that make you uniquely human. Here, you recognize familiar faces, understand language, imagine distant places, solve problems, create music, tell stories, and wonder about the stars, all within this quiet landscape. Different regions of the cortex gently specialize in different tasks. Toward the front, the frontal lobe quietly helps with planning, decision-making, and thoughtful reflection. Near the top, the parietal lobe gently interprets touch, temperature, and the position of your body. Toward the sides, the temporal lobes help recognize sounds, understand speech, and preserve treasured memories. At the back, the occipital lobe patiently transforms patterns of light into the rich world of sight. No region works entirely alone. Each quietly shares information with countless others, like peaceful villages connected by shimmering roads. As you continue drifting, you notice something remarkable. Even now, as you prepare for sleep, the brain is far from silent. It simply changes its rhythm. Some regions become quieter. Others begin important work that can only happen during rest. Throughout the day, your brain has gathered countless experiences, small moments, new ideas, gentle conversations, quiet observations. Now, as night deepens, it begins carefully sorting them. Some memories will be strengthened, others gently allowed to fade. Like a thoughtful librarian organizing books after the visitors have gone home. Nothing is rushed. Everything unfolds with quiet care. Nearby, you discover tiny star-shaped cells glowing softly among the neurons. These are astrocytes, one of the remarkable glial cells you met earlier. Their delicate branches gently surround blood vessels and neurons alike, helping deliver nutrients, maintain balance, and quietly support every thought that passes through this extraordinary landscape. They rarely receive attention, yet without them, the neurons could not flourish. It is another reminder that the greatest work is often done quietly, behind the scenes. Far below, fresh oxygen continues arriving with every heartbeat. Tiny blood vessels spread through every corner of the brain, delivering energy, removing waste, supporting billions of conversations every second. Everything remains beautifully connected: the heart, the lungs, the bloodstream, the liver, the kidneys. Every organ quietly serving this remarkable universe. And in return, the brain gently guides them all, not through loud commands, but through countless tiny signals, flowing silently across its living network. You pause, floating high above this peaceful landscape, watching billions of tiny lights shimmer like distant stars. There is no noise, only quiet harmony, no chaos, only graceful connection. The brain is often described as the most complex object we know. Yet tonight, it feels wonderfully simple. A place where countless small acts of communication create something extraordinary. Thought, memory, imagination, awareness, and soon, dreams. Ahead, the gentle glow begins to soften even more. The rhythms become slower. The landscape grows quieter still. You are approaching one of the greatest gifts the brain offers every night: the peaceful world of sleep itself, where dreams unfold, memories settle, and the mind quietly restores itself. Take one more slow breath. Allow the shimmering lights around you to become softer, more distant, and let this remarkable universe carry you gently toward the quiet mystery of dreams. Take one slow, peaceful breath. Feel the quiet rhythm of your heart, the gentle movement of your lungs, the comforting weight of your body resting safely beneath the blankets. The glowing landscape of the brain slowly becomes softer. The bright golden pathways begin to shimmer more gently, as though evening has finally settled across this remarkable inner universe. Night has arrived, inside the brain, just as it has arrived outside. This is not the end of the day's work. It is the beginning of a different kind of work, a quieter kind, one that can only happen while you sleep. As your eyelids grow heavier, the electrical rhythms flowing through the brain begin to change. During the busy hours of the day, billions of neurons exchange rapid conversations. The patterns are lively, constantly shifting, responding to everything you see, hear, feel, and think. But now, those fast rhythms slowly give way to calmer waves, gentle, steady, almost like the slow tides of a peaceful ocean. Scientists call these brain waves. Tonight, you simply watch them roll across the landscape, like moonlight reflecting on quiet water. Some waves travel slowly, their calm rhythm helping the brain recover, restore, and prepare for tomorrow. It is during these peaceful stages of sleep, especially deep sleep, that many important repairs quietly take place. Proteins are carefully built. Tiny connections between neurons are strengthened. Hormones help repair muscles and tissues. The immune system continues its gentle work. Even your bones, your skin, and your blood vessels quietly benefit from these restful hours. Sleep is not an absence of activity. It is one of the busiest times inside the body. Only the work has become softer, more peaceful, more hidden. As you drift farther into the night, You arrive at a remarkable structure shaped a little like a tiny seahorse. This is the hippocampus, one of the brain's great keepers of memory. Throughout the day, it has carefully collected new experiences, perhaps the sound of a familiar voice, a beautiful sunset, a new idea, or a simple conversation. Now, during sleep, the hippocampus quietly reviews these memories. Some are gently strengthened, others softly fade away. Only the most meaningful experiences continue their journey toward long-term memory. It feels almost like a quiet librarian, placing important books onto carefully chosen shelves. Not every page needs to be kept forever. Sometimes, letting go creates room for tomorrow's stories. Nearby, another remarkable process quietly unfolds. Between the brain cells, clear fluid begins flowing gently through tiny spaces. This is part of what scientists call the glymphatic system, a remarkable cleaning network. During deep sleep, it becomes much more active, washing away tiny waste products that naturally collect during the day, like a gentle stream cleaning a peaceful forest after sunset. The brain quietly refreshes itself, preparing for another day of thought, learning, wonder, and imagination. As the hours of sleep continue, the landscape begins changing once more. The slow waves gradually give way to another peaceful rhythm. This is the time when dreams often become most vivid. You may notice the stars above becoming brighter, the colors around you becoming softer, more imaginative. Dreams are among the greatest mysteries of the human brain. Scientists continue learning about them. Some believe dreams help the brain organize memories. Others think they allow us to safely explore emotions, practice ideas, or simply experience the beautiful creativity of a resting mind. Whatever their purpose, dreams have accompanied humanity since the beginning of our story. Every culture has wondered about them. Every generation has been inspired by them. Tonight, you do not need to understand them. You only need to welcome them. Like quiet visitors arriving beneath a moonlit sky, far away, the familiar rhythm of your heartbeat continues. Your lungs breathe peacefully. Your liver, kidneys, bones, muscles, and every tiny cell continue their faithful work. The entire body has become a magnificent orchestra, playing its quiet nighttime melody, while the brain gently conducts from above. Nothing asks for your effort anymore. Everything already knows what to do. Take another slow breath. Feel how safe you are, how completely your body is caring for you. Even now, even in your deepest sleep. Ahead, the first gentle light of morning is still far away. One final peaceful chapter remains, a quiet reflection on the billions of faithful cells, silent companions, who have cared for you since the very beginning of your life. Until then, simply drift. Let every gentle wave of sleep carry you farther, and allow your dreams to unfold as softly as the stars above. Take one slow, peaceful breath. Feel the quiet rhythm of your body, the gentle beating of your heart, the soft movement of your lungs, the calm stillness of your muscles. Everything around you feels wonderfully peaceful as you drift through the sleeping brain. The glowing landscape slowly begins to expand. The countless pathways, the organs, the rivers of blood, the forests of tiny cells, all gently come together, like pieces of a beautiful puzzle. You begin to see the human body, not as separate parts, but as one living universe. Every journey you have taken tonight has been connected. The skin quietly protected you. The heart faithfully carried life through every vessel. The lungs welcomed each precious breath. The stomach and intestines transformed food into nourishment. The liver carefully organized countless tiny molecules. The kidneys patiently preserved balance. The muscles waited peacefully for tomorrow. The bones stood strong and silent. The nervous system carried gentle conversations, and the brain quietly prepared beautiful dreams. None of them worked alone. Every part trusted every other part. That quiet trust is one of the greatest wonders of life. Now, your attention turns to the smallest companions of all, the cells. They are everywhere, trillions upon trillions of them, each far too small to see without a microscope. Yet together, they create everything you have ever been. Every smile, every heartbeat, every memory, every step, every dream. Long ago, you began as a single tiny cell, so small that it could rest comfortably on the tip of a pen. Inside that single cell was the complete instruction for building an entire human being. One cell became two, two became four, four became eight. Patiently, quietly, the numbers continued to grow, until one tiny beginning became a living person. Even now, the story continues. Every second, millions of old cells quietly complete their work. Millions of new cells gently take their place. Your skin renews itself. Your blood is constantly refreshed. The lining of your digestive system quietly rebuilds. Tiny repairs happen throughout your body, every hour, without your awareness. Life is not something that happened long ago. Life is happening right now, inside you. As you rest peacefully, you float gently above a vast landscape of glowing cells. Some carry oxygen, some produce energy, some build proteins, some quietly protect against illness. Others carry messages, store memories, or help repair tiny injuries. Each cell performs only a small task, yet together, they create something infinitely greater than themselves. It is a beautiful reminder that extraordinary things often emerge from countless ordinary acts, repeated with quiet care. Nearby, you notice tiny mitochondria glowing inside each cell, the same peaceful energy makers you met earlier. Every moment, they transform nutrients and oxygen into gentle packets of energy, enough to power every thought, every heartbeat, every peaceful breath. Without these tiny companions, the larger wonders of the body could never exist. You continue drifting, watching billions of tiny lights shimmer like stars across an endless night sky. Each light represents a living cell, quietly doing its work. No applause, no recognition, only purpose, only quiet devotion. Perhaps that is one of the most comforting lessons hidden inside the human body. The greatest acts of care often happen silently, without anyone noticing. Your body has spent your entire life caring for you, healing tiny cuts, replacing worn-out cells, balancing your chemistry, protecting you from countless unseen challenges, carrying you through every joyful day, every difficult moment, every peaceful night. And even now, as you drift deeper into sleep, it continues, faithfully, patiently, lovingly. There is nothing you need to do, nothing you need to remember. Your remarkable inner universe already knows its way ahead, One final chapter quietly waits. A gentle farewell. A peaceful reflection on the miracle of simply being alive. For now, take one more slow breath. Feel gratitude for every quiet companion within you, every tiny cell, every faithful organ, every gentle heartbeat, and allow yourself to drift even deeper into the calm embrace of peaceful sleep. Take one final slow, peaceful breath. Feel the cool air gently enter, then quietly leave once more. There is nothing left to explore tonight. No more rivers to follow. No more hidden chambers to discover. Only a peaceful moment to rest and quietly appreciate the extraordinary journey you have taken. You have traveled across an entire living universe without ever leaving your own body. You have walked across the landscape of your skin, floated beside faithful red blood cells, listened to the gentle rhythm of your heart, drifted among the soft clouds of your lungs, followed food through the quiet pathways of digestion, visited the patient workers of the liver, the silent filters of the kidneys, the hidden nursery inside your bones, the shimmering forests of your nerves, and finally, the peaceful universe of your sleeping brain. Every place revealed the same quiet truth. Life is built from cooperation, not competition, from patience, not hurry, from countless small acts, repeated every moment, without asking for praise. Your body has never expected applause. It simply continues, one heartbeat, one breath, one tiny cell at a time. It has carried you through every season of your life, through childhood, through days of learning, moments of laughter, times of uncertainty, quiet evenings, bright mornings, and peaceful nights like this one. There were days when you noticed your body, perhaps after a long walk, a deep breath, or a racing heartbeat. But most of the time, its greatest work happened quietly, hidden from view. The heart never asked to be remembered. The lungs never requested thanks. The kidneys never reminded you how faithfully they filtered each drop of blood. The liver never paused its careful work. The tiny neurons never stopped carrying thoughts. The billions of cells never asked whether they should continue. They simply did. Together, they formed one extraordinary symphony, a living masterpiece, played in complete silence. You gently rise above the entire human body, looking down from a peaceful distance. The glowing rivers of blood, the quiet forests of nerves, the gentle rhythm of the lungs, the soft golden light of the brain. Everything shines together, like a beautiful constellation, not scattered, but perfectly connected. You realize something comforting. Every living creature carries a story like this, different in countless small ways, yet guided by the same quiet principles: breath, energy, growth, healing, rest. The same rhythms echo through forests, across oceans, within birds, whales, trees, flowers, and people. Life takes many forms, but everywhere, it quietly chooses balance, adaptation, and renewal. As the night grows deeper, the lights inside this inner universe begin to soften, not because the work has stopped, but because everything has settled into its peaceful nighttime rhythm. The heart continues, steady and faithful. The lungs gently welcome each breath. The brain quietly organizes memories. Cells continue repairing, growing, renewing, all without effort from you. Everything is exactly as it should be. There is nothing left to accomplish today, Nothing waiting for your attention. Only rest. Only comfort. Only sleep. Perhaps tomorrow, you will wake with fresh curiosity. Maybe you will notice your next breath a little differently, or quietly appreciate your heartbeat for just a moment. Not because you must, but because now you know the extraordinary world quietly living inside you. Tonight, that world watches over you, just as it always has, and just as it always will. So allow every muscle to soften. Allow every thought to drift farther away. Allow your breathing to become slow, easy, and peaceful. The journey is almost complete. Only one quiet good night remains. And until it arrives, simply float, wrapped in the calm miracle of being alive. Take one last slow, gentle breath. Feel the cool air softly enter, then quietly drift away. There is nowhere left to travel, nowhere left to hurry, only this peaceful moment, resting safely inside the extraordinary universe that has always been your home. The rivers of blood continue their endless journey, calmly winding through every corner of your body. The faithful red blood cells still carry their tiny lanterns of oxygen. The quiet white blood cells continue their gentle watch. The patient platelets drift peacefully, ready whenever they are needed. Far away, the heart continues its steady rhythm, never rushing, never slowing more than it should. Its soft song echoes through every vessel, a familiar melody, one that has been with you since before your first memory. The lungs rise, then gently fall. Millions of tiny air sacs quietly welcome each peaceful breath. Fresh oxygen arrives. Carbon dioxide quietly departs. Again and again, with effortless grace. Deep within your abdomen, the liver patiently continues its careful work. The kidneys gently maintain their perfect balance. The stomach and intestines quietly complete the final chapters of digestion. Every organ carries out its own small task, without asking for your attention. Within your bones, the hidden nursery of the bone marrow continues creating new life. Fresh red blood cells, gentle guardians of the immune system, tiny platelets, all beginning new journeys. Even while you dream, your muscles rest peacefully, repairing, recovering, preparing for tomorrow's gentle movements. Your bones remain strong and silent, supporting you without effort. The nervous system continues its quiet conversations. Tiny sparks of light drifting through billions of pathways, never becoming lost, always finding their way home. High above, within the peaceful landscape of the brain, dreams gently unfold. Memories find their quiet places. The gentle rivers of cleansing fluid continue their silent work, preparing your mind for another beautiful morning. Nothing has stopped. Everything simply continues. Softly, patiently, faithfully. Tonight, you have wandered through a universe hidden inside yourself. You have discovered that every heartbeat, every breath, every tiny cell, every quiet chemical message has its own beautiful purpose. The human body is not simply something you carry. It is a living world, a peaceful community of trillions upon trillions of tiny companions, working together every second to care for you, to protect you, to help you heal, to help you grow, and to gently carry you through another peaceful night. As your breathing becomes even slower, imagine the entire body glowing with a soft golden light. The heart, the lungs, the liver, the kidneys, the muscles, the bones, the nerves, the brain, every organ shining quietly, every cell resting in perfect harmony, like stars scattered across a calm night sky. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to think about. Your remarkable inner universe already knows exactly what it needs. It has always known, and it will quietly continue, long after tonight's journey has faded into gentle dreams. So let your thoughts become lighter. Let your breathing become softer. Let your body sink comfortably into complete rest. May your heart continue its faithful rhythm. May your lungs welcome each peaceful breath. May your dreams be gentle, your sleep deep, and your morning calm. Thank you for joining this quiet journey through one of the greatest wonders in the known universe, the living world inside you. Sleep peacefully, dream softly, and remember, even in the deepest silence of the night, the extraordinary universe within you never stops caring for you. Good night, and sleep well.